Hello everyone, in this video we are going to learn complete AutoCAD software which will be helpful for mechanical engineers. It includes a wide range of tools which are used to create 2D and 3D drawings. We are also going to cover design centers, blocks, how to print and plot and how to make orthographic as well as 3D models. So let's learn it. So hello everyone, today we are going to start with new software that is AutoCAD. We are going to see AutoCAD according to mechanical design point of view. So to start with, we are going to see all the basics of AutoCAD in day 1. We have already completed SolidWorks and Solid Edge and now we are starting with AutoCAD. So if you want to learn SolidWorks and Solid Edge, you can also. So if you want to learn Solid Edge in SolidWorks, you can follow the older playlist. This will be the new playlist for AutoCAD now. So let's get started. So we are going to work on AutoCAD 2019 version. This is the starting page when you start the AutoCAD software. We need to click on this option that is Start Drawing. As soon as you say Start Drawing, you are directed to the home screen. So to start with, we will take the overview of home page. So the above toolbars you can see here. This is ribbon containing different tabs. Tabs such as Draw, Modify, Annotation, Layers, Blocks, Properties and some more tabs. At the bottom side you can see this command line. Command line will help you to guide the further instructions according to the command we are using. Now this toolbar you can see at the bottom side, bottom right side, this is status bar. This toolbar is also going to be used for modifications in between. So now whatever commands we are going to see in AutoCAD, each command will have one shortcut key. If you want, you can note down the shortcut keys as they are usually questioned in interviews. So we are going to discuss about the command as well as we are going to work with shortcut keys also. So if anyone required can note down the shortcut keys also at the time of using the commands. So to start with, first I am going to say unit. For unit setup, shortcut key for unit command is UN enter. So I am going to type here UN enter on keyboard. UN enter. One more thing, if you are typing any shortcut key, you don't need to concern about whether the text is going to be capital or small. You can go for any type of text whether it is capital or small. You just need to type UN enter. So for input, every time with each command you need to type enter after entering the shortcut key of the command. Now you can see here one window is coming showing the drawing units. At the left side the drawing units are for length. At the right side the drawing units are for angle. So in length we need to select the format for the length. Whether you want the length to be drawn in architectural type or decimal, you have the option for engineering. You want to display the length in fractions, or else you have the last option as scientific. Usually when you are going for mechanical designs, we are going to use decimal. So I'm going to select decimal here. Then you need to select the precision. So I'll select the precision here as 0.0. Now setting this precision, then the main thing, insertion scale. So whether you want to work in millimeters, inches, feet, centimeters, meters, kilometers, micro inches, yards and microns. There are different types of units here, but we'll select the unit which we require. So I'm going to select millimeters only now. Now for angle, we are going to select the type format for the angle as decimal degrees only. We are going to take the precision in 0.0 and this angle is going to be measured in anti-clockwise direction. If you want to measure the angle in clockwise, then you can click on this option that is clockwise. After all the setup, you just need to say OK. Now I'll take one line here, but as I am drawing the line, you can see the length is coming in thousands. So it is better if you directly don't go for the line command. First we are going to click on this box representing the plane. So now we are working on top plane. That's why the UCS icon you can see here at the left side is showing YX or XY. So this XY orientation in AutoCAD stands for top view. So I'm going to click on this top view here. After clicking, you will see the setup will be adjusted automatically according to millimeters. Now if I take the line here, it is showing the values in millimeters such as 10, 20. It is not coming in thousands now. Still if I want to scale it more, I can scroll it here and now we'll take the line. So it is showing the length now in 40s and 50s. This green and red line, the intersection of both the lines is nothing but the origin for this page, having UCS at the corner. If I want to set up this UCS at the corner left side so as it don't disturb the drawings, I just need to right click on the UCS, go on this option that is UCS icon settings, and select the option here as show UCS icon at origin. So this UCS icon will be shifted at the lower left side. If I scroll again for zooming zoom out, this UCS icon will not come in between the drawings. So these are the basic setups: setting the units, setting the UCS at corners, setting the page layout according to millimeters, and then we are going to start the drawings. The first command we are going to see here is line command. So after all the setup, we are going to go for line command. We need to draw one inclined line with the length of 100 mm as well as the angle we need here is 30 degrees. So to start with line, you just need to select the line tab, or else you can go for the shortcut as L enter for the line. Next, the prompt bar in command manager will ask you to specify the first point. So I'm going to specify the first point here. As we have discussed, we need the length of 100 mm. So I'm going to take in the first box, I'm going to put the value here as 100 mm. And to shift in the angle box, you can see beside the first box, the angle value is also coming in the box. So to switch in that box for the angle, you just need to click on tab button here. So I'm going to hit on tab, and you can see the length 100 mm is been locked there, and we have shifted for the angle now. So here I'm going to put the angle as 45 degrees and say enter. After enter, you will see this command is going to be continued. Means we can draw further lines also. But if you want to end this command here, you just need to click on escape on keyboard. Now after clicking escape, the command will be over here. Again, we want to continue with the line. I'm going to select the line, and you can continue with the line. Now I'll take one horizontal line here. But as we start drawing the line, we are not sure that line is going to come straight, vertical or horizontal. So to assure that line should come horizontal or vertical straight line, then we need to go on the status bar and going to select this command that is ortho mode. You can see at the bottom side, right side, this 90-degree icon. We are just going to put on this option, and here the ortho mode has been on. Now if I orient the line, it will either go vertical or it will become horizontal. In between, it will not take any inclinations here. It is because of this ortho mode. So whenever you need to draw straight lines, that is horizontal or vertical, you just need to put on or off this option that is ortho mode. Now the shortcut key for this ortho mode, you can see at the cursor point only it is showing that we need to click on F8. You need to select F keys on the keyboard, and in that F keys we are going to select F8. So if I click on this F8, this ortho mode will be on or off. You can directly click here also so as to control the ortho mode. If I put off the ortho mode again, you can see this line is coming inclined here. You can put up the angle also now. But if I don't want this line to be made inclined, select this ortho mode again, and the line will come straight. So I'll take this line here as 200 mm. Now I'm just going to specify the length here. We are not going to go for angle as this line is not inclined. Now to end the line, we are just going to say escape here. Now if you want to check the length or angle of the line made, you just need to select on the line, and when you place this cursor on the grip, it will show the length as well as angle. You can see there the length is coming 100 and the angle is coming 45. In this way you can cross check the dimensions here. Again, if I want to check the length of this line, I'll select this and put the cursor here. You can see the length is showing 200 mm. Now for the angles, suppose if I go for the line here, this line is coming horizontal straight. But if I go for the angle and put off the ortho mode, you can see the arc coming for the angle. The angle is coming from X horizontal, and if I go anti-clockwise direction, the angle is increasing. So here it will come 45 degrees, somewhere here, then 90, then here 135, and as soon as I complete this semi arc, you can see if I come at 180 degrees, now it is 179.7, and if I go further downside, it will change the direction of the angle, and the arc of the angle will come clockwise, means the counting will start from the clockwise now. So now this angle is being counted clockwise after 180 degrees. Again, if I go above 180 degrees, the angle here has been counted anti-clockwise again. You can see the curve, but the reference horizontal for x, but the horizontal reference in x direction is same. Only this anti-clockwise and clockwise directions are changed after 180 degrees. So if I go for 45 degrees in first quadrant, it will take 45 degrees only. But if I go for same 45 degrees in second quadrant, it will take 135 degrees. And if I again come to third quadrant, it will go for 135 degrees here. So by this we can say, if I drag this line in first quadrant and second quadrant, the angles will come according to anti-clockwise direction. But if I go in down direction, that is in third quadrant or fourth quadrant, the arc you can see here is coming clockwise direction. So in this way, the angles differ here. So in first quadrant, it is showing anti-clockwise, and in fourth quadrant, it is showing clockwise directions. Now to understand these angles, we are going to refer one sketch. We have one sketch here. They start with the left bottom side, that is with the 80 mm line. So I'm going to take this line straight. I'm going to put on the ortho mode. Say this value as 80 mm. Say escape. We'll zoom out little bit here. Again select the line. Length is 80 mm. Now all the length referred in this diagram are of 80 mm. And the angles are going to come either 135 or 45 degrees depending on quadrant and anti-clockwise clockwise system. So here if I put off this ortho mode, we'll take the third line, that is this line, length 80 and angle we are going to take here as 135. But as the angle is going to come from the horizontal reference, this 90 degrees will be ignored and we are going to go for the angle of 45 degrees only. So here length is 80. We are going to shift on the next box for the angle, pressing tab key, and here the angle will be 45 degrees. It is going anti-clockwise only. Again length is 80, tab, angle is going to be 135. Now we are going to draw two straight lines. So for that I'm going to put on the ortho mode. You can see this vertical and horizontal line here. So this same length 80, enter, horizontally also 80. Put off the ortho mode for the inclined line. Now we are going to go in the fourth quadrant. I'll take the length again as 80, tab, angle as 45. At the vertical side also we are going in first quadrant, so length will be 80 and angle will be 45 degrees. Put on the ortho mode. Now we are going to go for the straight lines here, these two straight lines, horizontal and vertical. Now this angle is going to come in the third quadrant. So in this diagram, if I go for the angle in second or third quadrant, the angle is going to come by default 135. And in first quadrant and fourth quadrant, the angle is going to come 45 degrees. So now we are going in third quadrant, length is again 80, tab, angle is going to be 135, length is 80, tab, angle is 45. Then vertical and horizontal line, say straight lines, ortho mode on, 80, enter, directly 80, enter. Next again the last two inclined lines, these two lines. So this ortho mode off, length is 80, tab, angle is 135, enter. And finally you can directly connect this line at the end point. So here this complete sketch has been drawn using line command, and we have also seen how to take the angles here, whether it is anti-clockwise or clockwise. According to quadrants, the angles values are going to be changed, even if the angles are similar. So this was line command. Now if I want to see the line type also here, you just need to go on this properties tab. You have these three options. This one, first one is for object color. It is coming by layer. Second is for line width. It is also coming according to by layer. And the third one is line type. So if you want to change the line type, you just need to click on this option in properties. You can see here by default there are three line types being shown, that is by layer, by block and continuous. All the three formats are having same line type. If I want to go for the other line type, you just need to select this other option, go for this load option, and you will get loaded with the different types of lines used in AutoCAD. So here I want center line. So we'll drag this cursor here. You can see we have this center line. We have two options more, 5x and 2x. Now these are nothing but the spacing between these dashes. 5x means we are going to have very small spacing in between the dashes. And if I go for this 2x, we are going to have the spacing larger as compared to the 5x. But instead of going for 5x or 2x, you can directly select simple center, say OK. Again, you can see here all the line types present were these three types: by layer, by block, and continuous. The center line has been added here. Say OK. Now you can see the list also. The center line is added in this list. But still the current line type is showing by layer. So if I want to draw any line in center, we just need to change the line type and we are going to set the current line type as center line. Now if I go for any object drawing, whether line, rectangle or circle, you can see here this line is coming in center line. Put on the ortho mode. If I go for the circle also or rectangle also, the line type by default will be in center only. It is because the line type, current line type is center. If I again go for bilayer, it will produce continuous line only now, as it was earlier. So in this way, you can go for the line types here. Select the other option, go and say load, and here you will get the different line types. If I go for hidden, say OK. Hidden line is also added. Select the hidden line as current line type, and you will see now the line type is coming as hidden. You can see the difference between center and hidden lines. Now if I want to adjust the spacing gap in between the hidden or center lines, we'll have one more command here, that is line type scale. Shortcut key is LTS. It is for changing the global scale factor in between the gaps. It will show the line type scale factor here as 1. The scale factor is for the dashing gap in between for the line types. So you can see here the value is coming 1. I'm going to say here as 3. As soon as I say 3 and click enter, the gap between the dashings of each line type will change. Say enter and you can see the change. The spacing between these dashes is now a little bit larger. If I want to decrease the spacing again I'll say LTS enter and I'll say 1 again. Say enter again. So the spacing between the dashes is being updated now according to the scale factors. So in this way you can increase or decrease the spacing here. Now if I move this line a little bit aside and if I zoom out, we can observe this line as a simple line. It is not shown as a hidden line. But if I want to show it as a hidden line, I'll say this scale factor as 10 this time and you can see the difference. Now it is shown as a hidden line. So if you zoom in and zoom out, you can see the difference there. But one more thing to be noticed, if I go for LTS and change the spacing between dashes, all the line types present in the screen will change by the scale. Suppose if I want to individually change the scale, then we need to select the line, say right click, say properties, and in properties tab, you will get these options. In general, we are going to have the 4th number option as line type scale. You can see up the upper left side. Select the value and change the value here. I'll set the scale factor for the spacing here as 3. Now only the dash spacing for this particular line is being changed. Spacing for this object, that is circles and line, will not change. So if you want to individually edit the line type scale, just click here and go for these properties and here you can change the scale factor for that particular line only. You can see the change here. Say escape and finish. If I want to change the color of the line type, select the line, go for this color option and you can change the color here. I'll select this circle, I'll apply yellow color here. If I go for the selection of these lines and go for the color again, you can see the changes in color. So for different line types, it is better if you keep different types of color so as to specify or identify them individually. This was line command, how to adjust the scale, how to adjust the line type, how to go for the ortho mode, how to make any sketch, how to change the colors. This was the first lecture for AutoCAD. We'll continue with the AutoCAD series further. Till then, thank you. So hello to everyone. Today we are going to start with AutoCAD day 2. We have already seen some commands in day 1 such as line command. We have one syllabus format here. Earlier we have seen line command, unit setup, how to set the line type. We have also seen how to apply the colors. Today we are going to start with the other commands remaining here. So to start with, we are going to start as rectangle command. So as I've said, every command is going to have one shortcut key. So the shortcut key for rectangle command is REC enter. I'll type here REC, and whenever you start the rectangle, you should start it from lower left side to upper right side. Means I'm dragging from lower left side to upper right side. You can see there are two boxes shown for the values. The first box will stand for X distance and the second will stand for Y distance. So here the X distance I'm going to take here is 1500, and for switching to the other box I'm going to say tab, and the Y distance we are going to put here is 1000 mm. So one rectangle is been made. As I said, we need to drag the rectangle from lower left side to upper right side. This is the first quadrant in which we are dragging the rectangle. Suppose if I go in second quadrant, you can see one value is coming negative and the other one is coming positive. If I go in third quadrant, again both the values will come in minus. You can see there. If I go in fourth quadrant, X is coming positive and Y is coming negative. That is minus value. So that's why we have said it is better to drag the rectangle in first quadrant only from lower left side to upper right side. So the first value will stand for X distance. Suppose if I say 500 this time, say tab again, and second value will stand for Y distance. I'll say it as 200. Again one rectangle is been made here. Now if I click on this rectangle, you can see it is coming as polyline object. Means it is combined object made of single line only. If I want to check the size of this rectangle, we need to place this cursor on the grip at any end. You can see both the values are being shown. So X distance is coming 500 and Y is coming 200, and it is polyline object. Suppose if we need to make this rectangle by line command, we'll put up the values here 500, enter, then next 200, enter, again 500, enter, and last I'll connect on the end. So suppose if we make the rectangle in this format, it is not a polyline object. You can see each line is been selected as single line only, and here if I click once, complete rectangle is been selected. It is because of the polyline, and here the rectangle is made of 4 different lines. So this is the main difference if we make rectangle from rectangle command or from single line. Commands also will be applied in different ways for both the types of rectangles. We will see it later. The next command we are going to see here is ellipse command. There are total 3 types of ellipse command. The unit of measuring the ellipse is in major axis and minor axis. So if I say center ellipse here, it will start from center. You need to give the distance here. So I'm going to say it as 200 mm. The distance has been referred from center. Say enter. I've given the X distance. Next the Y distance I'm going to refer here as. The next distance I'm going to refer here as 300. So you can see this shape. This oval shape is nothing but elliptical shape. Ellipses are always made by showing the two distances, that is in X direction and in Y direction. These both distances are known as major axis and minor axis. If the distances of major and minor axes are same, then it is going to be circle. So that's why to differ the distances, we need to take different values for X and Y. One will be the major distance and second one will be the minor distance. So here the major axis will be of 600 as the Y distance is taken from center as 300, and the minor axis will be of 400. It is because the X distance is taken from center as 200 mm. So in this way you can specify the ellipse by major and minor axis. So after that, second type is from axis end. So in center end, both the distances were taken from center. We need to take only the half value of major and minor axis. But if I go for axis and ellipse, you can see the second type. Here the first distance will be complete axis distance, whether it is major, whether it is minor. If I take this distance as 600, it will be from end to end, not from center, the first distance. And if I go for the second distance, it will by default come from center. If I want the second distance, that is minor axis distance, to be taken as 400, so I'm going to refer as 200 from the center. So here is the ellipse made by axis and method. The first distance is referred from end to end and the second distance is referred from center. Next, after this ellipse, we have this third one, that is elliptical arc. It is kind of partial ellipse. We can make an ellipse in a partial way. So to start with, it is going to start as an axis and point ellipse only. That is end to end distance is taken for the first point and the second point is referred from the center distance. So we'll start it from left side. I'll say the major axis distance as 600 mm, and the minor axis distance we are going to take here is as 120 mm. Then we need to put off the ortho mode, and you can see here it is asking at the cursor specify start angle. So I'm going to say start angle as 0. Now as we have started it from left side, it is going to refer the 0 from the left side only. Next we are going to say the end point. So the end angle we are going to take here is 225. So in this way we can make the partial ellipse by specifying the start or end angle. Again one more time, specify the major axis first. I'll say it as 600. Then minor axis I'll say it as 200. Then specify the start angle. We have started it from left side. I'll say 0 degrees as a start angle. So it is taking a start from left side, you can see here. Next, the end angle I'm going to say here as 180 degrees. So the next command we are going to see here is list command. This list command is referred only for close objects which are made of polyline, means continuous line, to find out the area, perimeter length as well as x and y coordinates referring from the origin. So to start with, we are going to apply the list command for this rectangle as it is a continuous close object. We also have one rectangle that is not made from polyline. So we will see how list command will react with this type of rectangle. So the shortcut for list command is li enter. So it is asking for selecting the object. So I'm going to select the object here. After selection, say enter. And here you can see one tab is coming showing the area of the rectangle, perimeter length of the rectangle, as well as x and y coordinates of the rectangle. There are total 4 corners for the rectangles. So these x and y distances are referred from the origin. And z distance is showing as 0 as we are working on 2D only, that is on x and y plane. So we have the area, perimeter length and xy coordinates for this particular object. Now we'll go for this ellipse. Applying the same command li enter, select the object, say enter, and you can see here area has been shown, circumference length is also being shown. It also shows the center distance referring from origin, that is x and y distances for the center, then major axis and minor axis distances. That is showing 0 only. Now if I go for any object that is not made from polyline, that is if it is not made by the continuous line, and if I apply the list command for this kind of object, say li enter, select the object. So while selection, if I click once, the complete object is not selected, only single lines are being selected. So if I want to go for this rectangle, I need to select each line separately, then say enter, and you can see here area is not being shown, perimeter length is also not being shown, only length of the line and coordinate distance for starting the point of the line is being shown here. Means if the object is not made from the polyline, or if it is not a closed entity, then it will not show the area and perimeter length. It will only show the length of that particular entity and xy ordinates for that entity. So we can say list command will only work for closed polyline objects. Next command we are going to see here is zoom in, zoom out. So for zoom in, zoom out, if I scroll, it will zoom in as well as zoom out. Now suppose if I want to zoom in only for this object, I will make one closed loop around this object. For that I am going to say shortcut key as Z enter and click here at one end and on the other end. So this closed loop has been made, and zoom in will only be occurred for that particular object, showing the object in the center of the screen. Suppose if I go for this object, I'll say Z enter, make one bounded area and click at the end. Only zoom in will show this particular object at the center of the screen. So in this way we can zoom in at any particular area or object. Another thing in zoom in is if I want to show all the objects in a single screen by zooming in together. So for that we need shortcut as Z enter, E enter. Now all the objects are shown in the screen by zooming in. Now if I make one more line at the corner, we'll repeat the command Z enter, E enter. This line will also be included in zoom in. While this kind of zooming, all the objects in the screen will be present at the center. So this was another way of zooming in. For zoom out, you just need to scroll here. For pan movement, if I want to pan the object or move the object, you just need to press the cursor, and you can see one black hand symbol is coming here. By that we can drag the screen or object wherever in which direction we require. This command is known as pan command. Now if I want to take these rectangles at the left side, You just need to click continuously on the cursor, press it here and then drag it in. So this was zoom in and zoom out as well as pan command. Next command we are going to see here is erase command. So the shortcut key for erase command is E enter. You can see here, you just need to select the object and say enter and the object has been erased. Again one more time, I'll say shortcut key as E enter. Select the object to be erased and then say enter. But instead of erase, we can also use delete. Select the object and click on delete button on the keyboard and the object will be erased. So this way also you can erase the objects or you can use the erase command. Next, after erase command, we are going to see distance command. Shortcut key for distance command is DI. So this command is used to check the length distances here. Suppose if I type shortcut key as DI enter for this command, I can check the distance from one end of the line to the other end. You just need to click on both the ends and one note will appear showing the original distance, the XY plane angle, delta X means X distance, horizontal distance for that line, and delta Y means vertical distance for that line. To understand it better, we'll take one inclined line here. Say click, apply DI, enter, select one end and the other end. One note is appearing here showing the original distance as 751.5. The X distance it is coming 727 here and the Y distance is coming 190. You can also see the angle for this line is coming as angle in XY plane is 15 degrees. All the things are mentioned in the note appearing in the screen. Now the X and Y distances are referred from this point to this point, it is X distance, and from this point to this point the vertical distance is referred as Y distance, that was 190. So in this way you can use the DI command, that is distance command. So these were the commands for today. We are continuing with the AutoCAD playlist now. Do follow the playlist and we will continue the upcoming commands in next lecture. Till then, thank you. So hey everyone, today we are going to start with AutoCAD session number 3. Earlier we have made 2 sessions in which we have seen some commands and today we are going to start with circle. So we'll move to AutoCAD here. Before that, you can see this grid mode. If I don't want this grid mode to be shown, you just need to put off the grid mode from here, that is from status bar. If I click on this icon, this grid mode is off now. Again, if I click on the icon, same icon, this grid mode will be shown. But one more thing to be noted, this green and red line intersection of these two lines is showing the origin of this drawing. If I put off this grid mode, that origin will also disappear from here. Now we'll go for the circle. So at the upper left corner you can see this draw tab, circle command is being shown. So there are different types of circles here. We'll see each circle one by one. So to start with, first we are having center radius. It means the circle is going to be started from center and the referred value will be of radius. So select that circle type, click anywhere in the screen and now you just need to put up the radius. You can see here that yellow dotted line, it is referring from the center to the end. Means we are referring the center radius value, not complete diameter. So if I want the diameter to be taken as 600, I am going to refer the radius as 300 from the center. As the name itself was from center radius, so the starting point was center till radius. Next type is center diameter, in which we are going to start with center and the value we are going to refer here is of diameter, this complete diameter. So to start with, it is showing center diameter, so I'll start with center only. First point we are going to click will be the center point and the next it is asking for the value of the diameter. So this time I want the diameter as 600. So now both the circles are identical, but one is made of center radius and one is made of center diameter. This is the difference. For making this circle, radius was referred, and for making this circle, diameter was referred as the value. The third type is 2-point circle. Now this is also very useful tool here. Suppose if I have one line, I'll say ortho mode on. I'll take this line here as 200 mm and I want one circle of radius 50, that is diameter 100. We'll refer here 2-point circle. Now in this 2-point circle, the circle is not going to be started from the center. You can see here in this icon also, both upper circles were started from the center, but this circle will start from the end point to the next end point. So I'm starting this circle from this line end point to the next end point, and we are going to refer the value here as diameter only, but from end to end, not from center. So I'll take the value here as 100. Next one line, refer the value as 30 mm. One more circle from end to end. We need one more circle from starting from the end of the line. Select 2 point, click on the end point and put up the diameter value. We'll take this value for the diameter now as 200 mm. So the speciality of this circle is we can directly start from the circle from the end points. We don't need to refer center points here. The circle will be made from one end to another end. And the unit value which is going to be referred here will be the diameter. This is 2 point circle. Next one is 3 point circle. Now for this 3 point circle, we'll make one scenario here. I'll take this line as 100 mm. We'll keep the gap of 100 mm here. So for putting of the offset gap, you just need to put on this option, that is show object snap tracking. Next, select the line and you can see one green dotted line is coming here. At the cursor, it is showing the extension distance. So I'll put up the distance here as 100 mm. So the next line will automatically start from 100 mm offset. And now we need to put up the second value. So I'll say the second value here as 100 mm only. So we have two lines of 100 mm as well as one gap in between two lines, that is also of 100 mm only. We'll make one more line in between these two gaps and we'll go for the offset command. So now we'll see the offset command also here. Shortcut key for offset command is O enter. So I'm going to select O enter and now it is asking you to specify the offset distance. First we need to specify the offset distance. So I'm going to take this offset distance as 50 mm. After clicking enter and putting the value, you can see one square is showing as the cursor. You just need to select the line and show the direction where you want to offset this line. So one more parallel line will be created by using this offset command of the same length. So this was the offset command. Again, if I want to go for offset, say O enter, put off the offset distance and then go near the object to select the object and show the direction where you want to offset. So I'm showing this direction at the downside this time. And now if you want to continue the offset, you just need to click the line and show the directions. You can continue that with the other objects also. So if I say offset to this circle, still I'm continuing with the same value. Just select the circle and show the direction to be offsetted. I'll change the value, I'll say it as 20 mm. Select the object to be offsetted. Now this rectangle is coming in this way as it was made by the single lines. If I go for continuous rectangle and then go for the offset command, it will take the rectangles as an offset, not single lines, at whatever direction we require, inner sides or outer sides. So in this way you can use offset command. So we were seeing the 3 point circle. I'll delete the remaining lines. Offset was needed only for this line. Now I'll delete this line and go for the circle again, that is 3 point circle. Select this first point, midpoint as the second point and this end point as the third point. One circle is been made referring this 3 point circle. We have not given any radius and diameter for this circle. We have just referred 3 points, first, second and third. And the circle is been made. That's why it is called as 3 point circle. Now if I want to trim some portion of the circle, we'll use the trim command. So shortcut key for trim command is TR double enter. One box will appear. You just need to select the circle and the area of the circle which is coming at the intersections will get automatically trimmed. Now this line is not having any intersection. If I go for trimming this line, it will not be trimmed as it is not having any intersection there. So for this line, you just need to select and say delete. So for making this kind of shapes or arc, we can use 3 point circle. So the next type of circle we are going to see here is tangent radius. Now the name itself suggests there are two tangencies and one radius. So whatever first selection of the first object and the second selection of the second object will be, that will be tangent, and the other thing we required here is radius. So the circle will be made having two sides tangent and one value as radius. So we'll start with tangent radius here. For that we are having one rectangle. We need to delete the corner of this rectangle. I'm going to select tangent radius. Now you can read the note. It is asking for the first tangent point. Select the first tangent point. You can see the symbol for the tangency showing circle and one line above the circle which is tangent. So this yellow symbol is the icon of tangency. You just need to select the line first, then second line. Now we need to put up the radius. So I'll take the radius there as 40 mm, say enter. and one circle is been made which is tangent on both the sides and radius is of 40. So if I want to trim the corners now, again we'll go for trim command. Shortcut key for trim command is TR, double enter. And we will trim the corners and unwanted arc of the circle. You can see the corner has been removed and this arc has been made having tangencies at both the ends of the lines. Repeat tangent radius. Select the two objects having the ends of the circle as tangent. Put up the radius value. After putting the circle is been made using tangent radius having two sides as tangency. Then trim command to remove the corners or extra entities and say finish. So in this way we can make fillets also by using this command. Suppose if I want to make tangent radius here also, I'll make one circle that is tangent radius, first tangency on first circle, second tangency on second circle, and put up the radius value. I'll say it here as 200 mm. The circle is been made having two tangencies at two ends. We need to select and say trim. Now on this side, again I want tangent radius. Go for tangent radius. Select the first tangency at first end, second tangency at second end, and put up the radius value. I'll say 300 mm here. Now trim the extra circle and you can see this curve is coming having tangency at both the ends of the circle. One more important note to be taken. Suppose if I go for tangent radius and select the inner sides of these two circles as first tangency and second tangency and put up the radius value, the circle is coming in the form of concave shape. Say TR, double enter, and the extra curve will be deleted. Now if I go at the extreme ends as the tangencies for both the ends, I'll select the tangent radius command and instead of selecting inner sides, I'll go for these outer sides of the same circles, put up the radius value and say enter. This time the circle will appear as convex shape. Say TR, double enter. So this arc is coming by selecting at the inner sides and the type is coming concave, and if we select the tangent radius at extreme ends, the arc is coming in the form of convex shape. So this will be the difference if the selection is made in these two different types, that is selecting inner sides or selecting outer sides. The next type we are going to see here is triple tangent, tangent, tangent. For that we are going to make one rectangle here. We don't need any value here. You just need to select three tangencies, that is first tangency, second and this third tangency. And the circle has been made. We'll trim the extra lines here. Say TR, double enter. And here we have the circle arc using triple tap. So after circle and offset commands, we are again going to repeat the trim command. So to start with trim command, I am going to make some lines here. We are going to make some rough random lines. So while trimming, you need to keep in mind that if a line is single without having any intersection, we cannot go for trim command for this line. If I try trim command here, the shortcut key for trim command is TR, double enter. And if I go for trim command here, you can see we are not able to trim this single line. But if we go for these lines which are intersected with each other, you just need to click and wherever the line is intersecting, it will get trimmed there. You can see the portions of this line are being trimmed where the intersection is occurring. Now there is no intersection between 2 points of this line. So this line will not get trimmed here. But if I go for this line again, this inclined line, it has been intersected with this single line here. So if I trim this line, it will be trimmed. But this portion again, there is no intersection. So this portion will not get trimmed. So intersections are required for trimming the lines. If there is no intersection, the line will not get trimmed here. So the remaining lines we can see here will not get trimmed. It is because there is no intersection for these remaining lines now. So in this way trim will work. The only option remaining for removing this line now is just click on the line and say delete. Or you can select all the lines together and then say directly delete. So this was trim command. Similar is the extend command, that is inverse of trim command. So if I have one circle here, I'll make one line also. Now if I go and say extend to this line so as to intersect this circle, We can extend it directly. Say shortcut key as EX double enter, and you just need to click on the line to be extended. If it is having support in front of it, it will get extended till there. You can see here, still one line is there, means one support is there. If I again click on the line, it will get extended. But further it is not having any support here. So again if I click on this line, it will not get extended that time. It is because there is no support remaining further in the path of this line. So in this way extend will work. Again one more time, if I draw one line, say EX, shortcut key is EX double enter. You just need to click on the line to be extended. It will get extended till the further support. You can see here, the last support is here, this line, and after that if I say extend, it will not get extended. It is because there is no support. So in this way extend will work. Next command we are going to see here is explode. You can see this icon, this cubicle icon showing explode command. Shortcut key for explode command is X enter. So I'll say X enter here. You just need to select the object which is combined. You can see here this rectangle. If I click here, it is a combined object, or we can say it is a polyline object. So if any object is polyline and we want to make it in a single line or convert it to single line so that each line will be selected separately, you can go for explode command. Say shortcut key as X enter again, select the object which is a polyline object, say enter. And now we can see when I click on this rectangle, each line is been selected separately. One more time, if I make one rectangle, one more rectangle here, both the rectangles are made by polyline here. So if I click on this object, only single line is not selected, complete object is been selected. If I want them to be selected as a single line, then we need to say explode only. Shortcut key is X enter. Select X, say enter, select the object to be exploded and say enter again. You can see this rectangle is converted to single lines now. But this is still a polyline. Only one click is required to select all the object. So this is the difference we can make using explode command. The next command we are going to see here is fillet command. For that we'll make some more rectangles here. So for fillet command, shortcut key is F enter. I'll say F enter. You need to select the object to be filleted. So I want to make fillet on the corners of this rectangle. Before selecting the lines, you need to go on this command line manager, and you can see some options are given here. Left down side you can see some options. I'll select the radius option here, and after selecting radius you need to put the value for the radius. So I'll say the radius here as 100 mm, and I'll select the corners after giving the value for the radius only. So I'm selecting the first line and the second line here. You can see one fillet has been made with the radius of 100. We'll go for some bigger value here. It is not visible properly, so we'll take some bigger value. So repeat fillet, shortcut key is F enter. Select the radius, put up the radius value as 800, say enter. Select the corners of the rectangle and you can see the fillet has been made here. Corner is removed. Now one thing to be noticed, if I go for fillet command here, only one fillet is created at one time. If I want multiple fillets to be created at one time, then you need to select one more option, that is multiple, before selecting the radius. So we'll repeat the fillet command here, select F enter, and before going to radius, we'll directly select multiple first and then select the radius. I'll say the value again as 900 here. We'll select the lines and fillet has been created. But still command is continuing here. It is because of multiple that we can go for more fillets here. So I'll select these corners also. I'll go for other objects also. You can see here. If I want the fillet to be made between these two lines, we'll select the two lines here. Between this line and circle, but you can see this extended line will automatically get trimmed as I select line and circle. It is because the trim command is predefined here. If I want to put off the trim command, we can put off that also. We'll see it further. Again here also same, line and circle, the extended line has been trimmed and one fillet has been made. Value is continuing as 900 only, as we have selected multiple. Next we'll trim this arc, TR, double enter. and this arc has been trimmed. So in this way fillet will work. We'll make some more rectangles. We'll see all the options for the fillet. Select F, enter, and we have seen multiple and radius. This time we will say trim no trim. So I'll select trim no trim first, and here I'll say no trim, and then we'll go for multiple and then radius. I'm selecting radius every time at the last. So I'll continue with the value 900 only with the radius value. Say enter. Select the rectangle corners, and you can see one fillet has been made, but rectangle corners are not been trimmed. This is the difference here. If you go for trim and no trim. If I want to trim the corners, I'll select the trim command again and say trim this time. You can see at the lower left side I'm doing that. Select the corners now. This time the corners will be trimmed. So this is trim, no trim. Next we are going to see this polyline option. For that we are going to make one rectangle here. And for polyline, only objects which are made by polyline can be used for this command. If the objects are made by single line, fillet will not be created there. So I've made this rectangle here with the polyline. I'll make one more rectangle and I'll say explode here. So now this is not a polyline object and this one is the polyline object. We'll see the effect of polyline in fillet on both the objects here. Say F, enter, go for polyline, select the radius value, click on the radius option, and here we'll put the value as 1200. The radius value is 1200, select the corners, and you can see by just one click, instead of one corners, all the corners are being made by the fillet. But if I go for this option, which is not made by the polyline, say F, enter, select polyline, then radius value, say 1200 only as the radius value, and if I click on this rectangle now, it is not been filleted here. It is because this is not a polyline, and you can see at the cursor it is asking for selecting the 2D polyline only. So as this object is not made by the polyline, it is not been filleted here. So from that we can understand that only polyline objects are required here. So as to make fillet with polyline. Now this rectangle is made by polyline. Say F, enter, polyline, select the radius value. I'll say 900 and select the object that is made by 2D polyline. All the corners are being filleted. Next thing we are going to see here is chamfer command. So for chamfer command, we are having some more rectangles here. Chamfer means a slanted cut which we can make by two methods, that is angle distance method, in which we are going to specify one angle and one distance value, and the second one is double distance method, in which we are going to specify two distance values, d1 and d2. So we'll see each of them. So to start with chamfer, shortcut key is CHA, enter. You need to select the chamfer method here at the downside. So if I go for the distance option, double distance method will be selected. It means we need to give two distances, d1 and d2. And if I go for this angle method, we need to give one angle and one distance. So first we'll see the double distance method here. I'll select the distance option first. After selecting the distance option, at the cursor it is asking you to specify the first chamfer distance. So first chamfer distance I'm going to go for here is 900 mm. Now it is asking you to specify the second chamfer distance. I'll take it here as 1500. And now we need to select the lines on which we want to apply the chamfer. In this case, when you select the first line, the first distance will be applied on that line, that is 900 mm. And if I select the second line, the second distance will applied on the second click only, that will be of 1500. So if I go for this vertical line as a first selection, 900 will be applied on this vertical line and 1500 will be applied on the horizontal line. So I'll select the vertical line here, 900 will be applied on the vertical, and then the second for the 1500 mm distance, horizontal line. And you can see the chamfer has been made. We'll check the distances here, say DI, enter. Click on the two ends of the line. One note will appear showing the X distance and Y distance. So X distance is for horizontal line, that is coming 1500, and Y distance is for vertical line. Delta Y you can see there, it is coming 900. It is because the first selection we have made the vertical line, that's why first distance is applied on the vertical line. Same goes for the second distance. Now we'll flip the values on this side here. Again go for the chamfer, say CHA, enter. Select the double distance method, put up the values same as 900 and 1500. This time we are going to select the first line as the horizontal line. So the 900 distance will be applied here, and the second selection I am taking this vertical for the 1500 distance. So you can see the difference in chamfers. It is because the selection has been flipped here. Whatever will be the D1 distance will be selected for the first click only, and D2 will be selected for the second click or second selection. Same goes with the angle distance method. I'll repeat the chamfer again. This time we are going to select angle option. Select the method to be applied there. I'm selecting angle. Specify the chamfer length. I'm going to specify the chamfer length as 1600 here. And then it is asking us for specifying the chamfer angle. You can see at the cursor one node is coming for specifying the chamfer angle. So I'm going to take this angle here as 25 degrees. So the length is 1600 and the angle is 25 degrees. Whatever first line I am going to select, distance will be applied there. Maybe horizontal, maybe vertical. I am selecting the horizontal line, so the distance will be applied on the horizontal line. And then we'll go for the angle. The second selection will always be there for angle only. I'm going to select this line here. The angle will be applied on that line, that is of 25 degrees. So this chamfer has been made. We'll cross check it again. Say DI, enter. Select the two ends of the line. Note will appear. We'll check the parameters here. Say DI, enter. Select the 2 points of the line. One note will appear showing the length as 1600 and angle it is taking inverse as 335, means 25 degrees from the left side. Now as the angle is been counted anti-clockwise, that's why the angle is showing 335. But from the left side we can calculate the angle will come 25 degrees only. Again we'll go for the other side with the same option, but values will be flipped here this time. Say CHA chamfer, shortcut key, enter. Select the method as angle distance. First put the distance value as 1600 and angle as 25 degrees, again repeated. Select the lines. This time I am going to select the distance line as this one, this vertical line, and for the angle I am going to select the horizontal line. So you can see the difference here as the values are flipped for the line selections. So in this way you can use chamfer command. Now in chamfer also there are commands such as trim, no trim, polyline, multiple. If I go for chamfer again and select multiple, then go for the angle distance method. Say distance as 1600, angle as 30 degrees this time. And if I select this horizontal line, distance will be applied and vertical will be the angle. But the command is continuing, it is because we have selected multiple. So again I'll repeat this chamfer on the other side also. Distance on horizontal and angle on vertical. So now it is looking symmetric here. Repeat chamfer. Select the trim, no trim method. I'll say trim this time. Then select the method to be applied for chamfer. First distance I'll say 800, enter. Second distance I'll say 1500, enter. Next, select the lines. So for 800 I'm going to select vertical line first, and the second distance was 1600 will be applied on the horizontal line, and the corners are also being trimmed here. So this is the chamfer command. We can go for the polyline command also in chamfer, but only if the angles are coming at 45 or else both the chamfer distance are equal, then only. So if I go for chamfer with polyline, I need to select the angle distance method. I'll say distance as 1600 and angle as 45. And then when I click on this rectangle, you can see the chamfers are being made at each corner at one time only with these equal values. But if I go for chamfer again with the polyline object only, say polyline, say enter with the angle distance 1600, angle as 30, and when I click on this polyline, this time it is taking the chamfers uneven. It is because the angle is uneven, that is not 45 degrees. Instead of that we have taken 30. So this is the problem. System will not detect where to take the chamfer value for the angle and for the distance. That's why in chamfers polylines are not used much. So this was the lecture today. We'll continue with the further commands later. Till then, thank you. So hello everyone. Today we are going to start with day 4, in which we are going to see from powerful tools of AutoCAD, which covers object snap, layering, dimensioning and dimension styles. So to start with, we are going to start with object snap. So the word snap means grasping any point or object. So the command object snap will lie in this status bar. You can see here at the lower right side in this blue color icon with rectangle. If I click on this option, you will get to see the object snapping points which are present in this setting. So there are different types of snapping points such as endpoint, midpoint, center point, geometric center, node, quadrant, intersection, and many more such as tangency, nearest, parallel, perpendicular. All these options are right now on. But if I click on these icons, they will get off. You can see here the click mark is being kept off here. Suppose if I put off this endpoint, midpoint, center point, perpendicular, and tangency. Say OK. And now when I go for taking a new object with the reference of line, center point of this circle is not visible now, neither for this circle. Same is the case for endpoints. We can see here endpoint is not being showing. It is showing nearest only. Suppose if I go again on object snap settings and I put off the nearest option also, quadrants also off, say OK. Now if I drag the line on circle, these quadrant points are also not visible now. Same case is with the nearest. Now I cannot grasp the nearest point or end point. It is just showing the extension point. If I start this line, referring this as the end point, and I click here, you can see here the line has been made. Still when you zoom out, you can see these points are not connected with each other. Means they are not starting at the correct point. Again, if I go for line command and if I try to start the line from this horizontal line endpoint, we can see here there is no highlight of the endpoint being shown here. It is because the settings in the object snap endpoint is been kept off. You can see here, say OK. If I start the line from here, still when I zoom it, we can see they are not connected together. Now in circle, if I go for the selection of center point of the circle, center point is not been highlighted here just because of the object snap setting being off here. So to start that, again say right click object snap settings and select all option. Means all the options will be put on here. Say OK. Now if I go for the circle center, it is grasping the center. If I go for the lines endpoint, it will grasp the endpoint here and we can draw the straight line from the endpoint without having any connection gap. I did this one. Same way, if I want one line tangent to be made between these two circles, I'll say object snap settings, say right click on this icon, go to object snap settings and I'll put off all the options, just tangency will be put on here. Say OK. Now it will only show the tangency as a snapping point. The other snapping points are not been highlighted here. It is because all the snap points are being kept off. So here tangency has been started and when I will drop this line on the circle, it will again show the tangency to end the line. So now this line is been made tangent in between both the circles by using object snap settings. I'll put on all the options again. There is another way of making this line tangent to both the circles. In that case, we don't need to put on the tangency option and the other options off. We can directly go for the line command. After selecting the line command, don't go directly on the circle. Instead of that, we will keep the cursor aside, hold the control key, right click on the mouse, select the option list here as tangent. And the tangency has been started. We can see the tangency symbol has been highlighted there. Click anywhere on the circle, the line will be starting from the tangency only. Now to drop the line on the other side, continue press hold the control key, then right click on the mouse and then again select the tangent. Here I will drop the tangency again. So now both the lines are coming tangent to both the circles. The way to start taking the line tangency is select the line, continuous press control key, say right click while holding the control key, select the tangency starting point, again hold the control key, say right click, say tangency and drop the line on the other circle. In this way lines will automatically come tangent to both the circles or arcs. Now sometimes even if the settings are on, all the options are on, but this object snap option itself is off, Still we can't grasp any object or endpoints. It is because object snap option has been put off. So here the color on the display is showing black color. If I put on this option, the icon will be highlighted in blue color. Means object snap is on again and we can go for grasping the points. So this was object snap settings. Next we are going to go for layering. Till now, whenever we were making any objects such as lines, rectangles, circles, we always need to change the color from this option, that is from properties. Maybe color, maybe line type. But if I want this to be predefined and then you can utilize them together itself without switching to these options, for that we can go for the layer option. We just need to go on layer properties, click on this option, and here you will get the option to make new layer. This option with orange dot, you just need to click here. Before that you can see predefined layer has been there, that is zero layer having color white, line type continuous. That's why whenever we were drawing the lines, they were coming in white color. But this time we need to define the new layer. For that again we'll select this icon here and then we need to define the name. So I'll define this name as center line. Click on this option for the color here. Put on the color. I'll select this color here. So the line type required. So I'll select this load option. So one thing more, we can select the line type from here also. Instead of going in properties, we can define the line type in layers also here. You just need to select line type, select load option, and you will get the list of the different line types. So I'm going to select the center line for the center line layer. Say OK. Again OK. But still this layer line type is not being changed. So I'll select it again and it is loaded here. So I'll select the center line and say OK again. So now for center line layer, we can see the line type is also been assigned as center only. If I want to assign the thickness for the line type, you can assign the thickness also here. So the line widths will go for the thickness. I'll say the thickness here as 0.4 mm. Say OK. Next, again we'll make one more layer. Say new layer here again and go for the name here as hidden. So I'm making the layer for hidden lines. I'll select the color here as yellow and the line type I am going to select here is hidden line. So after saying load, you can see this option here, hidden line. Say OK. Select the current line type also as hidden only. Say OK again. And you can see this line type is being changed. If we don't change the thickness, it will carry forward the last layer thickness here. That's why it is showing 0.4. So I'm going to change the thickness also here. That is line weight. Select this option and say default only for this line type. Next, again I want one more layer. For that I'm going to say dimension layer. You can give any name you required here. I'll select the color here as green. And line type I'm going to take for the dimensioning here is continuous only. Say OK. So now we have made three layers here. First layer was predefined. The layers we have made here are center line, hidden and dimension layer. We have also provided the thickness and line types here. You will get one more option, that is transparency. You can provide the value for the transparency from 0 to 90. It will make the layer transparent, or we can say it will make the layer faint a little bit so that it may stand out differently and in light colors. For that we can use transparency, but we are not providing transparency right now. We will see it later. Say OK now. So all the layers are been made. We'll just close the layer tab here and we can see by clicking on this arrow in layers, all the layers been made are been highlighted here. Now we need to select the required current layer. So the current layer is coming as 0. So whatever drawings we are going to make will be made in 0 layer. But if I change the current layer and make it center, that time in properties we can see color is coming according to the layer been set. Thickness is also coming according to layer thickness been set, as well as the line type. So now we don't need to go here for changing any property. We can just directly set them in properties of the layer and that layer can be applied directly as a current layer. So now as the current layer is center line, we'll make the rectangle here. It will by default been made in center line only, you can see. The line type is coming as center and this rectangle is been made. If I want to increase the thickness little bit more, select the layer, go for this thickness option Update it as 1 mm. Say close. But still we can see it is having the same thickness as of the earlier objects. It is because if you want to show the thickness, you need to go in status bar and you need to put on the line weight option first, and then the thickness will be highlighted here. So here the thickness option is not being shown. So for line weight, I'm going to select in the status bar this option, that is customization. Click on this customization option and here we'll get the line weight option. We'll just put on this option. So whichever option you want in status bar, and if it is not shown here, you can select this customization option and put on and off the option here, so as to display it in the status bar or not. I'll select on this option here, show height line weight, and now you can see this line weight that is of 1 mm has been shown here. But we need to zoom and then see whether this line type is coming or not. So to highlight that it is the center line only, we need to change the line type scale. We have seen this command line type scale in day 1. Shortcut key for that is LTS enter. And you need to select the scale factor. I'll say the scale factor as 10. You can see the difference now. Still, I want the scale factor to be made more resolved. For that, again, I'll say LTS enter. Instead of 10, I'll say 20 as a scale factor value. Say enter. And now it is showing in the center lines. If I want to change the thickness again, go for the layers and change the value for the thickness. I'll say 0.5 only. Say OK. And now you can see the thickness of the line is been reduced. And we can clearly see the line type now. So in this way we can increase or decrease the line type scale, as well as we can provide the thickness and colors in layers itself. We don't need to use this properties option again. Now what is the advantage of using these layers? We would have get this result of line type, colors from properties also, but still we are using this layers. It is because I show you this with one example. We have this circle here. We'll make one rectangle also. So for that, select the rectangle command. I'll make this rectangle here. We'll change the layer first. I'll say this layer as hidden, and we are going to make one rectangle. So this rectangle has been highlighted. We'll put some offsets here. Say O enter, shortcut key for offset. Provide the distance required, and then we'll go for the offsets. 20 is showing very low value. Again we'll go for the offset and we'll increase the value as 200. We'll go for the circles also with this offset value, as well as this rectangles. Now we can see both rectangles and circles are coming together only. They are being seen entangled with each other. So if I want to separate these rectangles from the circles, I need to select them separately each time and then move. We'll go on this layer option, and as the circles are having 0 layer, we are going to put off or turn off the layer. This option, you can see the bulb symbol. I'll just click on this bulb symbol and it will put off. Here you can see the circles are been hidden now. Now if I go for the selection, I'll select the rectangles here. Say move, shortcut key for move command is M enter. Just click on the reference point required and move the rectangles. And when I put on this option again, you can see the circles are being shown here. Now they are not entangled with each other and can be easily separated. So there are many functions with this layer. We will see them later. For now, this is the way for making the layers. You just need to put on the current layer required and you can go for the options to be made by that particular layer. So the next command we are going to see here is dimension style and dimensions. For that we have already made one layer to give the dimensions. So all the dimensioning options are given here in annotations. Just click the drop down menu and you can see linear, align, angular and different types of dimensioning. So we'll start with the linear dimension here. Before that, I'm going to put on the layer for the dimensions and then go for the dimension first type, that is linear. Select the two endpoints of the line and click at the upper side or wherever you want to place the dimension. After placing the dimension, we can see the value, it is coming very small in size and the precision is coming in 0.2. The decimal separator being shown here is comma and the color of the dimension text is also coming same as of the layer. So we need to update this thing, that is to change the dimension size, change the dimension color, placement of the text as well as the precision of the text. So for doing all this, we need to go in Dimension Style Manager. Shortcut key for Dimension Style Manager is D enter. Just click D enter and we can see Dimension Style Manager is appearing here. Click on Modify. For primary units, select the primary units tab above here. Set the precision first. I'll say I want to take the precision in 0.1 value. So I'm selecting the fraction format as 0.0. Next, the decimal separator, it was shown as comma. I want to change it to period. Means instead of comma, now the decimal separator will be shown as point. After that, we'll select the text tab. Change the color of the text. I'm going to say cyan color here. After changing the color, we are going to go for text height. So the text height here it is showing as 2.5. I'm going to say it as 10. And same size we'll keep for the arrows also here. Select the tab symbols and arrows. And here you have the arrow size. So as the text size was taken 10, I'm going to keep the arrow size also here as 10. We want the ratio of text and arrow size same, that is 1:1. That's why we are keeping the same size here. Text size was 10 and the arrow size is also kept as 10 only. So if you want to show the center mark, it will be shown in this size, that is 2.5. It is in mm, but here the center mark is not been highlighted in preview window. It is because this line is coming along with the arrow, showing the center of the circle. So if I want to remove this line and instead of that I want to show the center mark, just select the fit tab here and fine tuning option is given there. Put off this option, that is draw dimension lines between extension lines. So I'll put off this option. You can see this line has been removed and center mark has been highlighted. So now we can change the size of the center mark. Go to symbols and arrows. Here is the size given, that is 2.5 mm. So I'm going to change this size. I'm saying 0.5 only. I don't want the center mark to be highlighted at much greater size. Then we'll move to text. And we can see the text is coming above the dimension line. I want this text to be coming center of the dimension line. For that, we are going to go for this text placement option. And instead of showing it above, we are going to say centered. Now the text are coming at the centered position of the dimension line. Same way, offset from dimension line option is given here. It is showing the value here as 0.625. So this distance is nothing but the distance between the text and dimension line. So if I want to increase that distance, I'm going to say 0.8 here. Then say OK. Set current is compulsory to say, and then say close. We can see the text size is a little bit increased here and the color is also been changed. Decimal separator is also been updated here and the precision value is coming in 0.1 only. But still we are not able to see the text properly. So for that I'm going to again go for D enter, that is Dimension Style Manager. We'll select the modify and go for this fit option. So instead of increasing the text size and arrow size from both these options, that is text height and arrow size, we'll go for this option, that is fit. So in fit, overall scale is given for text and arrows both. So if I increase this value, the value here will be directly multiplied by the text size been given here. So here I'm going to keep the multiplier as 10 times again. Say OK, set current and close. We can see the text size has been updated. So now we want to again decrease the size. Say D enter, modify, go to fit. And instead of 10, I'm going to say 7 only here. Say OK, set current and close. So now this size has been updated. Again, if you want to decrease the size, say D enter, modify and just go to fit. This value will directly increase or decrease the arrow and text size both at one time only by scaling their values. Say OK, set current and close. Now after editing all the small things in Dimension Style Manager, we are going to go for different types of dimension. We have used here linear dimension. But if I use the linear dimension for this inclined line, you will see the difference. If I go for the linear dimension with this inclined line, it will either show vertical dimension or it will show horizontal dimension. But I want the aligned dimension, it will not show that. So for that, we have the second option, that is aligned dimension. You just need to select 2 points and the aligned dimension will be shown here. So here is the dimension coming. Next, if I want to show the angle, we have the angular option also. Select the angular dimensioning. Click on both the lines to be shown between the angles. And here is the angle coming, that is 50 degrees. Next option given here is arc length. So select the arc length option, click on the arc, and the arc length will be shown here. If I want to change the extension line color, I'll go for D enter again, say modify, and in the first tab, that is lines, we have the extension line color. We are going to say here it as magenta, say OK, set current and close. So now the extension line color is showing little bit different. Now if I want to show this arc symbol above the text instead of taking it beside the text, we'll go for D enter, say modify, and in modify go to symbols and arrows. Here you have arc length symbol. It is preceding dimension text. Means the symbol of the arc will be shown beside the value. Instead of that, we want to show the symbol above the text. So you go for the second option, that is above dimension text. Say OK, set current and close. So this symbol is coming now above the text. We'll change the line type color. We will say it by layer only, and the layer we have kept is 0. So it has been updated now. Next type of dimension style we are going to see here is radius. So the radius value should be given for the circles which are not completely of 360 degrees. For that, if I have one arc here, suppose if I am going to take one arc in between these two lines, I'll say tangent radius for that. First tangent, second tangent, and value I'll say 100. Say trim TR double enter. And now if I want to show the radius value for this arc, I'll change the layer also here. So if I want to show the radius value for this arc, I'm going to select this option here as radius, select the arc, and that particular radius value will be shown wherever you want to place. I'll put off this ortho mode while giving the dimensions, and you can place the value wherever you want. I'll place it somewhere here. Now we can observe that all the dimension text are coming along with the line orientation. If I want to change the orientation of the text and keep it horizontal, you just need to go for dimension style manager again by selecting D enter on keyboard as a shortcut key. Go for modifications, select text tab, and here you have the option for the text alignment. I'll say it horizontally. Say it OK, set current and close. So now all the text are coming horizontal even if the lines are inclined for the dimensions. You can see here. So the radius value should only be shown for the partial circles or arcs. But if the circle is completely given of 360 degrees, it should be highlighted with the diameters. For that I am going to select the diameter option. Click on the circle and the diameter will be shown here. The value is shown in diameter. So these are the options, that is linear, align, angular, arc length, radius, diameter. Now we are going to go for this ordinate dimensioning. So for that we have the rectangle here. Now to start with ordinate dimensioning, we need this UCS to be placed where we want to take the zero reference. I am going to take the zero reference at this lower left side end of this rectangle. So we need to place this UCS icon here. So for that, go on this option, that is below the view cube. We have this option, select new UCS, place the UCS at the corner, show the X reference first and then the Y reference. So this UCS has been fixed at the corner of the rectangle. Now we'll go for the ordinate dimension, and you can see this will take the zero reference here. We'll zoom out little bit. So it is taking the zero reference here. Then again I'll say repeat ordinate and this second value. So if I want to place it straight, you just need to put on the ortho mode. It will go straight. Again repeat ordinate. Third dimension, repeat ordinate. Fourth and the last one. If I want to put off the ortho mode, I can put off the ortho mode and place it as I want. I'll put on the ortho mode again and keep it in alignment only. So now this is the zero reference for the horizontal dimensioning. Again I want the zero reference here to be taken. We'll select the ordinate dimension, click here. It is taking 0 for the vertical now. Repeat ordinate, second value, the third one. We'll move this diameter here, and the last one. Say repeat ordinate, click here and place it somewhere. So in this way we can place the zero ordinate dimensioning. Next type of dimensioning we are going to see here is jogged. Now suppose if we give the normal radius for this arc, I'm going to select radius option. It is not showing the center reference here. But if I want to show the center reference, we were having the option that is re-enter, modify, go to fit tab, put on this option draw dimension line between extension line. You can see in the preview window it is showing the line here. Say set current and close. Now it is showing the center point of this arc. Now suppose if I don't want the center point to be shown this much far from the arc, we can go for jog option. So I'll select the dimension type as jog here. It is asking for selecting the arc or circle. Near the cursor you can see the note. I'll select the arc. It is asking you for override center location. Means the actual center is coming here, but we can override the center somewhere here. So I'm going to click here. Now it is asking you to specify the dimension line location where you want to place this jog. So I'll place it somewhere here. Now it will ask you to specify the jog location, that is this zigzag line location. So I'm going to place it somewhere here. So by giving this jog dimension style, we don't need this center to be taken so far from the arc. We'll delete this radius and we can show the radius in this way. So this is jog dimensioning. Next style for that I'm going to copy this rectangle here. Say copy. So for the next type I'm going to move to annotate. That all option we have seen outer side are coming here also. But there are two more different types of option given here, that is continuous dimension and baseline dimension. So we'll start with the baseline. So for both the dimension style, first we need to give the linear dimension and then go for the baseline. So I'll give the linear dimension first here, any one linear dimension. So I'm going to select linear. I'll give this first value first. Now when we go for baseline dimensioning, it will take the reference of this linear dimension only. Whatever was the starting point for this dimension, the baseline will be continued as a datum from there itself. Here baseline, second point, third point and the last point. We'll just place the dimensions apart here so as to understand the values. Here all the dimensions are taken from the base, that is one common base. This line is considered, this vertical line is considered as datum, and all the dimensions are referred as a zero reference from here only. But one thing was that you need to take the linear dimension first and then go for baseline dimensioning and just click on the points which you want to refer from the origin. The next type is continuous line dimensioning. For that again I am going to make one line in between. We have this line. Now we'll go for this continuous line dimensioning also. So to start the continuous line dimensioning also we need linear dimension to be given first. So I'm going to give this first entity as a linear dimension and then go for continuous line dimensioning. It will continue from the last dimension given in the screen. Same goes for the baseline dimensions. That's why linear dimensions are needed first and then these two options can be given. So continuous line dimensioning, you just need to click on the points and it will take the dimensions point to point. Instead of referring from the common point, it is taking point to point. It is not like baseline dimensioning. So in continuous line dimensioning, the points are referred from point to point instead of taking it from the common base. So this is the main difference between both of them. But both of them starting is to be done by the linear dimension only. So these were the different dimensioning methods we needed to see here. We'll stop here and we'll continue with the upcoming commands in next lectures. Till then, thank you. So hello everyone. Today we are going to start with some exercises for the AutoCAD. Lastly, we have seen some commands like fillet, chamfers, how to make circles, lines, how to apply dimensions, how to give center marks, and how to create layers. So today we are going to make them utilize by making this exercise. So to start with, we are going to shift to software and here we are going to start with the drawing. So we'll start from the left side. We have these two circles with diameter 24 and 52. So we'll start with diameter circle. Circle type I'm going to take diameter. We can take radius also, but I'm going to start with diameter. So here the diameter given is 24 and 52. First I'll take 24 diameter circle. I'll zoom out little bit and then we are going to go for 52 diameter. That is this one. Same center reference, 52 as diameter. Next we are going to make one line referring this distance as 150. So for that we need one reference line, as well as we are going to need some center lines also. So it is better to make layers first. So I'm going to start with layers. Say new layer. For center line, I'm going to select the color here as this orange color, faint orange color. Next we are going to go for line type. So in line type I'm going to take center here. Say OK. Again, next line type we are going to take as a reference line. Next I'm going to take the color here as a little bit off brown color. Line type I'm going to take here is dash dot. In layer itself we have the option for taking the line types. I'm going to take ISO dash dot. Say OK. Apply the line type as ISO dash dot. Say OK. Say close. Now we are going to make that line here. Before that I'm going to activate the layer for that reference line. So here we need the reference distance of 150. That's why we are taking this line. Say ortho mode on and distance as 150. Next we are going to make other two circles on the other side, that is of diameter 172. So again circle with diameter 100 and the diameter in next one as 72. But we can see this layer for the circle is been referred as reference line only. We want to change the layer and we want the layer to be updated as 0 layer, that was the default layer. So for that we can use match properties. Select the layer or line type which we want to apply on the required circles. So I'm going to select the reference given for that layer, that is the circle been made. Next I'm going to click on here and the first circle layers are been applied on these two circles also here by using match properties. Shortcut key for match properties is M8. Match properties helps us apply the properties of the object which we select first. Maybe layers, maybe line types, maybe text size, maybe hatching types. For all these options we can use match properties. Say escape. Next we are going to put up the center marks here. For that I'm going to apply the layer as center. Select center mark and click on the circles. I'm going to select outer circles here. The center mark has been created. Now it was the reference line, so I'm going to delete this line here. Next we are going to go for the line that is been made tangent. We can see here tangency on both the sides. So for that I'm going to select the line command. Before going near the circle, I'm just going to control press continuously and right click on the mouse so as to select the relation here as tangent. After selecting the relation, when I start the line, it will by default take the reference line as tangent only. We'll change the layer first. Then again select the line, press Ctrl continuously and right click on the mouse to select the relation as tangent. When you click on the circle, the line will by default come tangent only. You can click at any point you require. And for dropping the line on the other circle, that time also we don't need to drop the line directly here. Again we'll press Ctrl, right click, go for this tangent relation and then drop the line on the circle. It will by default take the tangency relation on both the sides. Same here on the other side also. Say Ctrl, right click, tangency. For dropping also press Ctrl continuously, right click and then tangency. Now we can left the control key and then drop it here. Next we need to draw this line. For that we are going to take offset of 14 mm. So we can use offset command here. Shortcut key for offset is given as O, enter. Specify the distance required, say enter, and then select the line and show the direction to place the line as the offset line. Same here on this side also. So we have made the offset lines also here. We are going to trim the extra lines which are intersected in the circles. TR, double enter, shortcut key for trim command. Select the part of the lines to be trimmed. Next we are going to go for this arc now, that is of 16 radius. So to make this arc, first we'll try with fillet. Select the fillet command, select multiple and radius. Then go for the size of the radius, that is 16 radius. 16. Select the line and circle. And you can see radius is coming. I just pressed undo and we are going to try this radius with other method now. The second method we are going to use is tan radius. There are two methods. You can go either for fillets or also you can use tan radius here. The second method we are trying here. So it is asking us for selecting the first tangent, then select the second tangent and put up the radius value. Circle and tangent radius 16. Again circle. At command line we can select tangent radius, tangent and radius are 16. Same way the last one, tangent and radius. After making circles we are going to go for trim command to trim the unwanted portions. We are going to zoom here. So in this way also we can make the shape by using tangent radius instead of fillet. So we have both the options. It depends on the convenience whether you want to use tangent radius or you want to go for fillets. Now this object has been made completely here. Next we are going to go for dimensioning. So I'm going to start with linear dimension. I'm going to select dimension here. But we can see it is coming in white or zero layer only. So for that I'm going to make one layer also here. Click new DIM dimension layer. You can name it whatever you want. I'm going to select line type as continuous only for dimensions. Say close. And we are going to set the current layer type as dimension layer only. Now I want the text color to be changed. I'll go for D enter again. Say modify. Go on text and I'm going to change the color as CM. We're also going to increase the text and arrow size. We can do it individually by clicking on arrow size and text size, or else we can go for fit. We can scale both of them together, arrow size and text size, by increasing or decreasing the value. So I'm going to increase the value by 2. So the scale value is coming as 2 now. Say OK, set current and close. So here the dimension text size has been updated. Next, we are going to go for this dimension, that is 14. So now sometimes it becomes difficult to give this align dimensions here. Say select align. I'm going to select the midpoint, and here you can see the perpendicular sign is showing. So we need to click on this perpendicular sign wherever it is showing on the line. So it will take proper 14 mm dimension. Now sometimes if we give linear or aligned dimensions, we start it from center only directly. In this way. In this case dimension is coming correctly, but we can see the center mark is been overlapped by the extension line of this dimension. So we don't want the center marks to be overlapped. In standard protocols for the dimensioning in AutoCAD, we should not overlap the extension lines on the objects. So click here and drag the extension line end at the object ends. In this way, you can see the difference. Now these lines are not being overlapped. You can move the point later also. Next we are going to provide these diameters. So for that I'm going to select diameter option. Click the first diameter, repeat, right click and repeat the command. Click on the second diameter. Now both the diameters have been given, but you can see this line is coming with the arrowhead continuing towards the center of the circle. If you don't want this line, this connect line, you can put off this option. You just need to select D enter, go to modify, select the fit option, and here you have the option that is draw dimension line between extension line. We can see in the preview window, if I put off, this line has been gone. If I put on again, this line is coming. So I'm going to put off this option, say OK, set current and close. So these lines are disappeared now, these connecting lines, but the center mark size is coming very big here, this center mark size. So we want to decrease the center mark size also. So for that, again go to D enter, say modify, and in symbols and arrow tab, we are going to decrease the center mark size. It is coming 2.5. I'm going to take 0.5 only. Say OK. Say OK. Set current and close. Now the center mark size is coming a little bit small now. It is sufficient now. Next we are going to go for placing these dimensions here. I'm going to say diameters only. As we have taken the complete 360-degree circles, it is better to show the diameters there. And for this one we need radius. As these are not complete circles, these are arcs. So we are going to define the dimensions in the form of radius only here. We have the radius option in dimension styles. I'm going to select the radius and we can place it here. If I want to show the number of radius that are equal in size, we can double click on the text of the radius. We can double click on the dimension text and here we can add the text to caps lock on X. I'll say NOS. It is coming 4 here. There are total 4 number of radius of the same size. So I'm going to take 4. But we can see this text size is coming little bit larger. So again I want to decrease the text size. Say D enter, say modify, go to fits. And instead of 2 I am going to take 1.7. Next thing I am going to do here is we can see this text is coming along the dimension line direction. I want this text to be placed as horizontal only. For that, go to this tab, that is text. Text alignment I am going to keep horizontal. Say OK. Set current and close. So now we can see the change. All the texts are coming horizontal, even if the dimension lines are inclined. So here we can see we have added the text here in the dimension and we have positioned the text horizontally. If I want to place it somewhere, I can place it somewhere here also. Instead of placing it here, I'm going to delete this and I'm going to give the same dimension here. Say radius, click here, double click. This time I'm going to add the text later of the dimension value. Say enter, say 4, NOS, means 4 numbers. Now text should not be positioned intersecting the object line. So I'm going to position it properly here. Now all the dimensions are being completed. Just keep in mind that this dimension should not be dragged this much. The first one is looking far away from the circle and the other one is looking closer. So this kind of dimensioning is not acceptable. Just place it so that they look symmetric while placing them. So in this way we have given the dimensioning also here and the sketch has been completed now. We are going to see some more commands related to AutoCAD. So the next commands we are going to see here are hatching and gradients. So these hatchings are given in mechanical drawings to show the section views, or else we can use this hatching to show the different types of materials also, maybe metals or something. And gradients are used to show the solid colors in drawings, maybe two colors in combine, or else we can use single colors also here. We can take the example of temperature variation being shown by two colors. At that time we can use this gradients command. So we'll continue with hatching and gradients now. So in AutoCAD we have these drawings here. We are going to apply hatching and gradients in these sections. There are two ways to apply the hatching here. Shortcut key for hatching command is H enter. As soon as you say H enter, we can see this ribbon is upper side ribbon is being changed. And we have two options to apply hatching. Either you can apply the hatching by using this pick internal point option, that is this pick point option. You just need to go and place it in close bounded area. The type of hatching which has been highlighted here will be applied in the close bounded area. We can change the hatching types from here. We can see this option, that is arrow. As you click on this arrow, there are different types of hatchings being shown here. These are the different patterns of hatching can be used. So I'm going to select here NC31, this hatching type, and you just need to click in the bounded area, as we are using the command here as pick points. As soon as you click, this hatching has been applied. Now you can change the color of that hatching. You just need to click here and add the required color you want. We can also scale the hatching. If I want this hatching spacing to be shown a little bit larger in gap, so just scale the value. You can see These gaps are now been increased little bit. If I want to change it again, I'll say 1.5. So now the scale value is coming 1.5. We'll return to 1 as a scale factor. Next, if I want to apply the angle for this hatching, we can apply the angles also. For that case, we are going to change the pattern here. We'll take this pattern that is of brass. Now these hatching lines are coming horizontal, but if I want to change the angle, we have this angle option. Just click here and say 45 degrees. So these hatchings are coming now in inclined pattern. This way you can change the angles here. Then say close creation and the hatching will be applied. We'll again apply the hatching, say H enter. Go for the type of hatching required. Click in the bounded area and the hatching will be applied. If you want to change the color and angle, just go here and change the color as well as the angle. Say close. So in this way you can add the hatching. But if I don't want to add the hatching according to the bounded area and we want the hatching to be added according to the polyline object, we can see this rectangle here. So for applying this type of hatching, we'll say H enter. And instead of pick points, we are going to select this command that is select boundary objects. Click on the boundary object. You can see now it is not taking the bounded lines here. It is completely hatching the whole rectangle. As it is a single object boundary, we'll change the color as well as type of hatching. We'll take sand type here. I want to decrease the scale factor, say 0.5. So you can see these granules of the sand will shown. I'll say 0.2 only. And it is not constrained within the line boundaries. It is completely been applied to this single object, that is this rectangle. So in this way you can use the select boundary objects as well as add pick points. In pick points, bounded area is required, whether it may be of lines or objects. And for selected boundary object, we need a complete polyline object as a boundary so that we can apply the hatching. Say close creation. So this was hatching and types, how we can apply the hatching there. Now if I want to apply the hatching in this area, I'll select H enter. I'll go for 3-1 hatching only and say 3-1. Select pick points option and just click on this pick point area. I'll keep the angle as 0 only and it is not covering the dimension area. So these dimensions are exempted from the hatching. It is because we have applied the dimension earlier and then we have applied the hatching. So it is better to apply the dimensions earlier only and then go for the hatching, so that it will not overlap the dimensions here. So that the hatching will not overlap the dimensions here. Next we are going to see gradients. So the shortcut key for gradients is GRA, enter. So the difference between the hatching and gradients is, in hatching we are going to get different patterns here. We can see these patterns. And in gradients we are going to see the combination of colors or maybe single colors, which we can apply in the bounded area or an object. So here I am going to put the color combination as dark gray and white. In that color option also we have the patterns we can see here. This is the linear pattern. In this shape is going to be cylindrical little bit, and this one is inverse cylindrical, maybe curve shape, hemispherical, spherical, inverse spherical shape. So these are the different patterns in gradients also. So I'm going to select here cylindrical only and click in the bounded area, and we can see the gradients have been applied. We'll change the pattern type. I'm going to take spherical. Click here. So it is coming spherical in shape now. Say close creation. So for this next bounded area, we are going to go for gradient now. Go for shortcut key GRA, enter. This time we are going to change the color combination. I'll take red and yellow. And I'll take the pattern type here as hemispherical shape and click here in this area. So you can see gradients have been applied in combination colors. Next, if I want a single color to be applied for the gradient, we can do it by two ways. For the solid color, we can directly go for the color we required. Say this blue color and the same blue color in the second option also. So when you click here, only a single color has been applied. As we have taken both the first and second color as blue only, that's why. Or else you can do one thing, go for gradients again, select blue color here, and instead of second color we are going to go for this tint option. So as you put on the tint option, the second color option will be off here. Now it will show a black shade with the first color been taken. So I'm going to click here. You can see this combination. If I want to adjust the tint, you just need to drag it here. We can see the percentage of the tint to be shown can be adjusted by the value when given. So I'm going to take 50% here. So it is taking complete blue color now. You can increase or decrease this number. I'm going to say 25% only. So here the tint is 25%. We can see the appearance here. Say close creation. So in this way we can apply the gradients and hatching. Next command we are going to see here is text command and rotate command. So in text command there are two types, multi-line text and single line text. First we'll see single line text. So whatever size you require, you should know the size first and then go for the single line text. I'm going to click at the down side, then at the upper side showing the value. I'm going to take this value as 10. Then it is asking us for the angle. I'm going to put the angle here as 90 degrees only. And then we can start typing the text we require. So I'm going to type any spelling here. It is taking the height we have mentioned earlier. As we have given the angle as 90 degree, so text is coming at 90 degrees. We can see here the orientation of the text. If I want this text to be taken horizontal, again select single line text. Click here, specify the height first for the text. We can see it is asking us to specify the height. I am going to take this height this time as 5. Say enter. Now it is asking the rotational angle. I am going to say 0 degrees. And now we can type the required text. So this text has been placed and the orientation is coming horizontal. It is because we have taken the angle as 0 degrees this time. Earlier it was 90 degrees for this text. We'll move the text. You can just directly click on the text. You will get one grip point. You can drag it and place it wherever you want. If I want to increase the text size or change the content of the text, we need to put on the quick properties option first. So in status bar at the down side, we have here this 3 lines customization. As the quick properties option is not being shown, I'm going to select these 3 lines. And here we have the list of the options that can be added in the status bar. So I'm going to put on the option that is quick properties here. Now the quick properties option is being shown here. Just put on this option. You just need to click once and the quick properties will be shown. So we can update the different properties of the single line text. I want to increase the height. I'm going to say 10. I want the rotation angle to be changed. I want it to be a little bit inclined. I'll say 45 degrees. You can see this angle has been changed of the spelling. I'll say 0 degrees again. I want some more properties to be shown. For that, in quick properties dialog box, there is one option that is customize. Click on this customize option and here you will get the different properties you want to add in quick properties box. So I'm going to add color here. We can add obliquing. We can add width factor. We can also add line type and say apply and OK. Now as you click on this text, you will get this dialog box again for quick properties, but this time you can see more options have been added here as we have customized the options. So if I want to change the color now, I can change the color of the single line text. You just need to go on the color option and you can see different colors are being shown. So I'm going to take it blue color. Next I want the obliquing angle. So I'm going to say 25 degrees oblique. So the text can be added 25 degrees little bit inclined. Say right click and finish. So in this way we can edit the single line text. Now if you want to give the titles or headers to any objects, you can go for single line text. But if you want to write complete paragraph or you want to write the content which is more in the words, then you can go for the type of text that is multi-line text. Just click on this option. Start with the lower left side and click on the upper right side. And you can see the one case is coming in the form of rectangular shape. It is highlighting the width of the text you are going to take. So whatever the width of the text, the upper right rectangle end should be clicked in that way. We can see this width here. Now we are going to write the text we require. Save. And gradients. Select the text You will directly get this option as we get in MS Word. You just need to select the style of the text you want and the text has been placed. Now if I want to change the color properties or any properties related to text, you just need to double click here and select the complete text for which you want to change the properties. You can see the upper ribbon. In multi-line text, this ribbon is coming by default only when you type the text. It is kind of MS Word only. We can edit the text as we edit in MS Word. So you have the text styles, colors, you can add the different symbols also here. You can justify the text positions, you can take the paragraph positions, whether you want them to be centered, right or left aligned. You can justify them by distributing in this total window. Whatever editing you require, you can do it here. So it is more flexible as compared to single line text to edit the multi-line text. So we have selected the text. Next I'm going to change the color. Now according to this width, if I want the text to be placed in center, I'm going to click on this option that is center. So we can see this text is coming in the center of this window. I want left or right, we can do that also. If you want to distribute this text in this complete area, just click on the distribute option. You can see it is completely distributed in this window. Again I'll say center align only. If I want to add any symbol here, just click beside the text first, unselect the text and then go for the symbols. I want degrees, I want plus minus sign, suppose I want diameter symbol and many more. If I want the other symbols also to be shown, I can go for this others option. And here you can see different types of symbols being shown, whether they are letters, numbers, plus minus sign, greater than or equal to sign. You can also go for the GDNT symbols here. Just type GDT here. Then we can select the GDNT symbols also. Now suppose I want the symbol to be shown for the flatten. I'm going to select the symbol, say select and say copy. After saying copy, just close this tab and you can paste it here. So the symbol has been added here. If I want to change the color for that symbol, you can change the color also here. I'll say it red color. So in this way you can utilize this multi-line text. If I want to decrease the width of this text, just click on this arrow and drag it somewhere here. The size of the width frame has been decreased here. If I want to move this text, click on the last grip point in the square shape and you can move it wherever you want. Just close this. Now whenever I am clicking the object, it is showing the properties here. It is because we have put on the quick properties option for the single text. After completing the single text, we must put off this option and then we can go for the selection. So this quick properties chart will not come again and again after selecting any object. When you are moving the text, you can put off the ortho mode and then move the text. So this were the single line and multi-line text options. Next command we are going to see here is rotate command. Shortcut key for rotate command we are going to use here is RO enter. So I am going to say RO enter. Select the objects to rotate. Say enter again. Now it is asking you to specify the base point. You can see in command line manager it is asking specify base point. So I am going to specify the base point here. Now it is asking us for specifying the rotation angle. So I am going to take the rotation angle as 90 degrees. Earlier the orientation for this object was vertical, now it is coming horizontal as we have taken the rotating angle as 90 degrees. And we have rotated the object. I'll undo it again. Say RO enter. Select the objects to be rotated. Say enter. Again specify the base point. You can specify any base point you require. Say RO enter. Select the entities to be rotated. Base point and specify the rotation angle. I'll say it 45 degrees this time. So it is coming 45 clockwise. If I want 45 to be taken anti-clockwise, then I can do it by two ways. Select the object, say RO enter, say specify base point, and I'll say minus 45 degrees. But I want to create the copy while rotating, then we can do that also. Say RO enter, select the objects to be rotated, specify the base point you require, and then instead of directly going for rotation, you can go for this option that is copy. So on the command line we can see at the lower left side this option is given copy. Select the copy option and then specify the rotation angle. I'll say it 90 degrees. So now these two objects are been copied and then rotated. So in this way we can use rotate command here. So this were the commands for today. We are going to go for the further commands also in next lectures. Just follow the playlist. Till then, thank you. So hello everyone. Today we are going to start with day 6, in which we are going to see some modification commands such as mirror command, stretch, move, copy, join, spline, break, and some more commands. So to start with, we are going to start with mirror command. So the shortcut key for mirror command is MI enter. We have this command here in modification tab. You can see here. So to start with, I'm going to select the command. It is asking us to select the object. I'm going to select this object here. Say enter. Now it will ask us to select the point for the mirror. I'm going to select this as the starting point, and here I'm going to select the end point. So I'm taking the vertical orientation of the points. The object will get mirrored against this orientation of the points. Say enter, and you can see this complete object has been mirrored now at the opposite side with reference to these 2 points. Now suppose if I want some distance apart of this object, then we can do that also. Now suppose we want to mirror this rectangle at the opposite side at some distance. We'll assume the distance as 100 mm. So here I'm going to select the mirror command, select the objects to mirror, say enter, and I'm going to place my cursor at the corner of the rectangle. I'm not going to click there, I'm just going to place it, and then I'm going to drag the cursor there at the right side. Now you can see near the cursor it is showing the distance value. So if I want to mirror the object at 50 mm distance, I am going to put this value here as 25. So it is asking us specify the first point of mirror. I am taking the value as 25 from the tracking line. Say enter. Now it is asking us for the second point. Suppose I want the vertical orientation, then I am going to put on this ortho mode and click anywhere in this vertical orientation. Now it is asking us to erase the source object, whether you want to erase the source object or you want to continue with the copy. So I'm not going to erase the source object for that. So I'm just going to click enter, and it will take the input as no. Now this rectangle has been mirrored here, and we can see the distance. If I want to check the distance, I'm going to say di enter. Distance should come 50 mm here. So it is coming 50 mm, we can see there. You just need to say the point orientation mirror line at the half distance where we want to mirror. Again, one more time, if I want to mirror this object by taking the distance of 100 mm in both the objects, then we just need to select mirror command. Shortcut key is MI enter. Select the complete object to be mirrored. Say enter again, and just keep the cursor at the corner of the rectangle and then start dragging. You don't need to click here. You just need to place the cursor and then you need to drag the line. You can see the green line coming as an extension line. It is asking for the extension distance there. I'm going to say 50 mm, as I want the distance of 100 mm between two objects. That's why I'm taking half distance, that is 50 mm. Say enter, and then you just need to click on the opposite side. So depending on the object orientation, whether I want to take it at the upper side or I want to take it beside the main object, I'm going to click the second point. Say no, enter, and these things which were selected are mirroring. Next we will take this object a little bit aside. Say M enter for move. Select the base point to move. Put off the ortho mode so as we can move it properly here. I'm going to place it somewhere here. Now I want to mirror this object at 90 degrees. It is vertical. I want to make the copy of it as horizontal here by taking the angle as 90 degrees. So to start with, I'm going to select mirror command. Select the objects to mirror. Say enter. I'm going to click the first point of mirror line here, and for the second point I'm not going to give the length. I'm just going to click tab button and I'm going to give the angle here. So I'll take this angle as 135. Say enter. It is asking us to erase the source object. I'm going to say no. Say enter again, and the mirror has been completed. As I've taken the points from this corner to 45 degrees, the mirror has been created at 90 degrees. Whatever angle I'm going to take for the mirror points, that double angle will be taken for placing that mirrored object. Next command we are going to say stretch command. For that I'm going to copy this object there. So select the object. Now the copy command, shortcut key is CO, enter. I'm going to select CO, enter. Click on the base point. It is asking us for the base point. So I'm going to take this point as the base point and copy wherever you want to copy. So just put off the ortho mode so that you can flexibly copy it wherever you want. So I've copied this one here. I'm going to delete this text here. Next, I want to change the orientation. So I'm going to say rotate command, RO enter. Select the object to rotate. I'm going to select complete sketch, say enter. And taking this as the base point, we are going to say the angle of rotation as 90 degrees. And this object has been rotated. Now if I want to stretch this distance, you can see the distance is coming 150. I want this distance to be taken as 200 mm. Place the dimension first here properly. Now I want to use stretch command here. So stretch command shortcut key is STR enter. Now while selecting, you should select the part in such a way that only the portion to be stretched should be selected here. So I'm going to select the lower portion only. Click here, say enter. You just need to specify the base point. So I'm going to specify the base point at the stretching area somewhere here, the center of the circle. And now you just need to drag it here so as to provide the displacement. So I'm going to take this value as 50 mm, put on the ortho mode here. I'm going to set the displacement as 50, enter. We can see here the distance is coming 200 now. So it is stretched by 50 mm and only that portion was selected which was going to be stretched, not the portion which is going to be fixed. So in this way you can use stretch command. Again one more time, we'll take it some simple example here. Now we have the rectangle. I'll take this rectangle size as 145, tab 200. We'll put up the values also here. I'm going to put on the dimension layer. Just go for the dimensions, select the linear dimension. This value is coming 200. The other value I want here is 145. Place it properly here. If I want to increase the dimension size, say D enter, go to modify, select the fit, put up the value here. I'm going to say 2.5 here, say OK, set current and close. Now I want this rectangle to be stretched at the upper side so that this length becomes 400. Only the upper portion should be stretched. This line should be stable at one position only. Select the object in such a way that only the part to be stretched should be selected and the fixed part should not be selected here. Say enter, show the base point and you need to drag it. So it was 200, I'm going to drag it by the length of 100 mm. So the value is coming now 300, you can see here. Same way I want to stretch it at the right side. Now it is 145, I'm going to stretch it by 55 so as this value become 200 mm. So to make it stretch, select the command STR enter. Now the back side I'm not selecting, only the three sides are being selected in the rectangular portion. Click at the midpoint or any corner point to specify the base point and now you need to drag. I've kept the ortho mode on so that it should be dragged in a straight way. Now the displacement value I need here, it was 55 mm. So you can see this value is coming 200 now. Earlier it was 145, we have stretched it by 55 mm. So in this way you can use the stretch command. Shortcut key for stretch is STR enter. Next command we are going to see here is move. We have already seen move earlier. Shortcut key was M enter. Select the object, say enter and then specify the base point here. So any point I want here has to be taken as base point. I'm going to click it here. Now you can move the object both ways by having any reference or by giving the distance. So if I want to move this object by giving the distance, you just need to put the displacement value. As I'm moving it horizontally, I'm going to keep the ortho mode on only and I'm going to displace it by 500 mm. Say enter. The object earlier was placed somewhere here. Now it is moved by 500 mm. Now if I want to move any object by reference, I'm going to make one reference here. I'm going to take one line. Then I'm going to say M enter. Select the object to move, enter. Select the midpoint of this rectangle at the lower side and place it at the line's upper end point. So we can see here this rectangle has been completely moved. I will delete these reference dimensions here. Next command we are going to see here is copy command. It is same like as move only. Select the shortcut key as C, O enter. Select the objects to copy, say enter. Specify the reference point from where you want to start the copy and then you can place it wherever you want. Suppose if I want to copy it at the distance of 500, so I'm going to click on the tab here and I can put the angle also, say 45, And now this copy has been created at the distance of 500 and the reference angle as 45 degrees. Now I want to make some more copies in the horizontal direction. Say CO, enter. Select the objects to be copied. Say enter. Specify the reference point or base point, and we'll take the copies now. So I want the center to center distance to be taken here as 500 mm. So I'll say first distance as 500. Now as the distance has been referred from the first origin only, if I want the regular interval again, I'm going to take the other distance as 1000 mm. Incremental distance of 500 I'm referring here. This time I'm going to take 1500, next 2000, and then 2500. Incremental distance is been taken 500. Now these copies are been created. So in this way you can make copies here. Next command we are going to see here is join command. Now suppose if I want, next command we are going to start with here is join command. Now suppose if I have this line here, straight line I am going to take. So put off the ortho mode, say 200 mm distance. And in this same path I am having one more line, maybe of 200 again. Now these are two different lines, but the alignment of this line is same. So if I want to join and make it a combined line, then I am going to say join command, say J, enter. Select both the lines, say enter again, and both the lines are being joined now. But suppose if I have taken this line a little bit offset with each other, not having the common alignment, then we cannot join it here. Suppose if I want to try, I'll say J, enter. Select the objects to be joined, say enter. You can see these objects are not joined this time. It is because they are not having same alignment. Still, if I want to make any connector line here, I'm going to select the line command, start and end point. Now this line is coming in between these two lines. So for this type, we can make it join. Say J, enter again. Select the lines to be joined, all the three lines. Say enter again. And now you can see it is coming as a combined line when you click here. So in this way we can use join command. We can refer the join command for partial circle also, so as to make them complete. For that we are going to refer arc, put off the ortho mode first. Then we are going to say arc by 3 points, first, second and third. Now it is not a complete circle, it is just an arc. So if I want to transform it into complete circle of 360, I am going to say join, J, enter. Select the arc to be joined, say enter again. After saying enter, you will get this option that is close in command manager line. So I'm going to say close here. Now you can see this complete circle is been made. Instead of arc, it is converted to circle now. Now the join command is usually preferred for joining the lines only. Suppose I'm going to make some object with the line. When you select this object, each line is been selected separately. It is not a polyline object. But if I want this object to be converted to polyline, I'm going to say join, say J, enter. Select the complete object, again say enter, and now you can see complete object is being joined. Now sometimes suppose if I am having one object here, one circle only, by using 2 point, we can see this line and circle is coming together. So if I try to join these two objects together by saying J, enter, they are not going to be joined. Only lines can be joined using line command. So this was join command. Next command we are going to see here is break command. So for that I am having one line here. Now I want this line to be trimmed from the center only, but without having any intersection. If I go for trim command saying TR double enter, we cannot trim this line as it is a single line. But we can use break command so as to remove the half section here. Shortcut key for break command is BR. Select the main object to be broken. It is asking us to specify the second break point. You can see at the cursor when node is coming, but we have not given the first point yet. So go to this command manager line at the lower left side. We can see the first point option. Select the first point option earlier. Then click here at the end point as the first point and as the midpoint as the second point. That portion will be broken here. Second example, if I want to break this circle from the half, select BR, enter. Select the circle. Specify the first point. I'm going to select the first point option from the command line at the below side. And then I'm going to select the second point. So you can see only semicircle is been left, half circle is been removed. In this way you can break any object you require without having trim command. Next option we are going to see here is spline. Shortcut key for spline command is SPL enter. SPL enter. If command wise I want to see where it is placed, you can click on this draw tab and here you can see spline command is coming. Select the spline command. When you start the command, you just need to click the points. I'll put off the ortho mode first. So I'm going to click 3 points here. First point I've clicked, second point here, and I'm going to click the third point in the orientation only. So this third point. Now if I want to finish this command, don't directly click on the escape command as we do for all commands. You just need to click enter here to finish the spline. So after clicking enter, you can see this portion has been created. Spline means a flexible line. We have clicked 3 points here. So we can use these 3 points to be dragged and stretched wherever you want to mold it into a specific shape you want. Now I'm going to say mirror command again. Mi enter. Select the mirror command. Say enter. Specify 2 points. So you can see this leaf type portion has been made. Again splines. SPL enter. Click wherever you want. As soon as you start clicking, grip points are being clicked there at the line. Say enter to end this line. You can see wherever I have clicked in the screen, these grip points are coming. We can stretch or drag these points so as to make any intricate shape you want. And we can also drag this point as we want to place them. So it is a flexible line where accuracy is not needed and we want some shape, you can use that spline command here. Shortcut key was SPL enter. So this were the command we were going to see in day 6. We'll continue with further commands in next lecture. Till then, thank you. So hello everyone. Today we are going to start with day 7 of AutoCAD, in which we are going to see some powerful modification tools which will make an impact while drawing and modifications. So to start with, first we are going to see array command. It is also known as pattern command. For that we are going to make one rectangle here. So there are total 3 types of array. We are going to see all the 3 types. First we are going to make one rectangle, 20, tab 20. Now we need to pattern this rectangle in a rectangular form. So we'll start with array command. We can see here in modification tab, array command is given and there are total 3 types. First one is rectangular array, second is path array and third one is polar array. So we are seeing the first type. Select the type, select the required object to array. Now we can see there are total 3 rows and 4 columns by default coming. In above ribbon you can see number of columns and number of rows are also given. The center to center distance columns is 30 and same for that rows. The center to center distance between row spacing is 30 mm. So if you want to change the values, you can change it directly from here. We can also see one command that is associate. It means all the patterns being made will be associated with each other, or we can say are connected with each other. Next, I'll change the number of columns. I'll say 6 here. So the number of columns are now 6. If I want to change the spacing, I'm going to say 60 mm as center to center spacing between columns. So we can see here spacing is being changed. Say escape, say DI, enter. And now we can see the center to center distance that is coming 60 mm between columns. And in rows it is coming 30. Now if I want to edit the array, again I'll click once. The above ribbon will appear again. And here we can change the values. So if I want to change the number of rows now, I'll say 5. I'll change the column spacing first. This time I'll say 40 mm only. And the row spacing we are going to take here as 25. Say close array. And now we can see this pattern is being made from one rectangle to multiple rows and columns. Spacing we can adjust according to the need. You just need to click once and the options for editing will appear here. I can also change the number of rows and columns by clicking on this arrow. You just need to click here and you can change or drag the number of rows or columns if you want to increase or decrease. So I'm going to increase here. Same way the upper arrow for row, and you can see the inside arrows are also there. So this horizontal arrow will be for spacing between columns. I'm going to say 30, and this inside arrow will stand for spacing between rows. I'm going to click it and say 30 mm. So here the rectangular array has been used and this pattern has been made. Say escape. Next we are going to see path array. For that we are going to take one spline. shortcut key for spline is SPL enter. So we have started with spline. Say enter to end the spline here. Now we'll make one circle. I'll take this circle as 15 mm radius. Now the circle is to be patterned along this line. For that we are going to say array command, shortcut key AR enter. Select the object, say enter again, and type we are going to select this path. Select the path curve and the pattern has been made. We can see the items coming are 13 and the spacing between each item is coming 45. So the center to center spacing is coming 45 and the total number of items that are placed on this path are 13. If I want to change the items, I'll just click off this option. You can see at the above ribbon, you just need to click on this hashtag sign and we can change the number of items. If I go for higher value than 13, it will not support as the path is ending occupying only 13 items. But if I go for the lower number than 13, it will change. So I'll take the number here as 10. So item numbers are 10 now. We can see it is updated. And now the spacing between item is 45. I'm going to change it. I'm going to say 60 here. So now the spacing is also been adjusted here. But we need to keep in mind the items and the spacing will only be adjusted according to the path length. So if the number of the item count and the spacing is exceeding more than the path length, it will not occupy the entities along the path. This thing is to be noted here. Say close array and finish. Next we are going to go for circular array, or we can also say polar array. For that I'm going to make one circle here. We are going to make one entity. Now we need to pattern this entity along the circle. We can say circular pattern or polar pattern. For that, say shortcut key AR enter for array command. Select the objects to be patterned. Select the type of pattern we want. So I'm going to take polar. Now it is asking for specifying the center point of array. So we are going to take the circle center point. Now it will ask you to show the number. Now I'll input the number here. So the total items by default coming are 6. We are going to say here 10 items. And we can see this array has been completed. Now all the entities in this pattern are coming within the angle of 360 degrees. Suppose if I want to change this fill angle, we can see here this option, that is fill angle. It is coming 360. Suppose I want all the items to come within 180 degrees, then I'm going to change this value here. Now all the items are coming with the fill angle of 180 degrees. If I want to change the direction, just click on this direction option above the ribbon and you can see this direction has been changed. Now the next thing in polar array, when you select this polar array, we can see this in between angle. It is coming 20 degrees now. So this angle is referred to two lines between these two circles. To highlight that, we are going to make two lines here. Click on this pattern. Now you can see these two lines are having some angle that is nothing but 20 degrees in between angle. If you want to change this in between angle, we can change it. So now the angle between each circle is coming 30 degrees. It is updated now. I'll take this line here. So I'm talking about this angle. It is updated to 30 degrees. So in this way you can change the in-between angle also. But as soon as you change the in-between angle, this fill angle also changes. Earlier it was 180 degrees, now it is coming to 70. Again if I say 20 degrees, this fill angle will change to 180 degrees. Say close array and finish. Now when you click on this array command, you can see all the entities are coming associated. So if I want to break down these entities, so as to trim the objects better, you need to go and select explode command, shortcut key X enter, select the patterned object, say enter. When you click on this object now, after exploding, it is selected individually, means it is exploded here. Earlier it was associated, now it is exploded. Same thing here also. As soon as I click once, all the entities are being selected. Say X enter. Now each entity is selected individually as they are not associated now after exploding. So these are the three types of array command, that is polar, rectangular and path array. Next thing we are going to see here is scale command. For that we have drawn one rectangle here. We'll apply the layer of dimensions. We need to change the size of the text so as to understand the values. Say modify, fit, 10 times, primary unit as 00, say delimiter as period, select the text color, I'm going to say yellow, alignment as horizontal, set current and close. So now these values are readable. We are going to go for scale command. So the shortcut key for scale command is SC enter. Select the objects to scale, say enter, specify any base point. You can take any point for the base reference. I'm going to take the center one only. Now you can see these values are coming 222 at upper side and 241 at the right side. So when you click on specify base point, by default scale factor will be 1. And if I want to decrease the size of this rectangle, we need to go below the 1 value. That is maybe in zeros, 0 0.1, 0 0.2, 0 0.8. And if I want to increase the value, we are going to take the value above 1. So I'm going to place the base point first. After placing the base point, it is asking for the scale factor. I'm going to say 2 as the scale factor. So you can see these values are also doubled here. So the scale command not only scales the geometry, but also the values are being updated by scaling the geometry. Again, if I want to take the half size of this, I'll say SC, enter, select the objects to scale, enter, specify the base point, and for half I'm going to take the scale factor as 0.5, that is below 1 only. Again, it is updated with the values. Now if I want to increase this rectangle size by 20%, then the scale factor should come 1.2, as 1 is referring to 100% and 2 is referring to 20%. So again, scale command, SC, enter, select the objects to scale, say enter again, specify the base point, and then if I want to increase the value by 20%, then I'm going to say 1.2, say enter. These values are also been updated with the scale factor. If I want only to keep the 70% size, again say SC, enter, select this rectangle, say enter, specify the base point, and now if I want to keep the size as 70% only, it is coming below 100%, so the scale factor will come 0.7. Now the size is updated only to 70% of the original one. So in this way we can change the scales, but we also need to keep in mind, after scaling the objects, the dimension values also change. Now the next command we are going to see here is polyline command. Shortcut key for polyline command is PL, enter. PL, enter. I'm going to make some lines here, and when I click on this line, it is selected as a combined line. It is because we are using this command, that is polyline. Same thing I do with regular line. We are making some lines more here, and when I click this line, it is select individually. So this is the difference between polyline and regular single line. Objects made by the polyline are combined objects, also known as polyline objects, such as rectangles, but objects which are not made by polyline will be selected with individual lines only. Next command we are going to see here is lengthen command. So this command is used only to change the length of the lines. Suppose if I am going to keep this line length as 100 mm, and now we'll go for the lengthen command, shortcut key LEN, enter, select the first type as delta. So if I want to increase the value in the length, then I need to add the value here, say delta length as 50 mm. I'm taking this value positive, so it is going to add the distance here. Means when I click the line, this length will be increased here. Suppose I'm taking again delta, put the value as 50 only. So whenever you click at any end, the length will be increased from that side. If I want to decrease this value, say repeat lengthen, say delta. Now as I am decreasing the length, we are going to take this value in minus sign, minus 30. So at whatever end I click, this length will be minus 30 from that side. You can see here, again minus 30 from this side, and now the total length is coming 140. Next type in lengthen command, there are total 4 types. First we have seen, second one is percent. So whatever the length is, the percentage it is taking here as 100%. Basically the percentage is 100%. If I want to double the length of the line, then I'm going to put this value as 200. Say enter and click at the any end. The length will be increased and the line will be doubled in size. So earlier it was 140, now it is coming 280. I'll repeat this lengthen command. If I want to decrease the length by percentage, I'll take this percentage value below the 100%. Suppose I want only the 70% of the length of this line. So I'm going to put the percentage as 70 only and click at any end. From that end the length will be decreased. So we can see here this value is updated to 196 now. Only 70% of the length is remaining of the earlier length. Repeat lengthen command. The next type is total. So in total we just need to apply the total length we require for the line. So here I need the total length to be taken here as 158.7. I'm taking the odd number. I'll type here 158.7, say enter. And when you click the line, the length will be increased or decreased according to the value we have given. So now this length has been decreased here, but the final length we are going to get here is 158.7 only. Just check here. The value is coming 158.7. Whatever the total length you want, you can give the value in total and that value will be updated there. Repeat it, say length then total. I want this time the value as 90 mm. Click on the line. It will either increase or decrease according to value. Now it has been decreased and we can check the total here. It is coming 90 only. So this was the third type in lengthen. Next we are going to repeat the lengthen again, and last one is dynamic. You just need to click and drag. It will increase and decrease the values according to the drag position. If I am going in positive side, the value will be increased. If I am going in negative side, the value will be decreased. Next command we are going to see here is construction line. So it is an infinite line which can be taken in angles as well as in ortho modes, that is vertical or horizontal. So the command we are going to get here in this draw tab, we can see this third option, that is construction line. Shortcut key for construction line is XL, enter. It is used for projecting the views. Suppose if we are referring orthographic views, we can see the front view feature in top view by referring these lines, whether it is coming in alignment or not. So you just need to click wherever you want and this construction line will take place there. You can see this vertical line and horizontal line it is been showing, and it is infinite line. So if I drag the cursor, you can see this line is coming infinite. We are not defining any length, but we can define angle if you want. Again, construction line. Now I want this line to be taken at 45 degrees from this referring point. So just put off the ortho mode, say tab and put up the angle. You don't need to put up the length, just angle by using tab command. Now this angle has been given and this construction line is coming at 45 degrees this time. We can also use construction line in one direction, that is known as ray. Shortcut key for ray is RAY, enter. And this time this construction line is only made, but only at one direction, not on the opposite direction. You can see here, if I take it on the upper left side, it is not coming at the lower right side. Only at the one side direction it is coming. You just need to put up the angle. I'll say tab and 135. So in this ray, only at one side the line is coming, not on the opposite side. You can see here, this kind of construction line only, but at one direction. Next command we are going to see here is donut. So shortcut key for donut command is DO, enter. You need to specify the inside diameter and outside diameter to make the donut. If I want to put the input value of the inside diameter, I'm going to take it small only as compared to outside diameter. So the value I'm going to take here is 20 mm for the inside diameter and 40 mm for the outside diameter. So now wherever I place this donut, it will be placed there. These are nothing but donuts. If I want to change the colors, we can change the colors also. They can be used to specify any mechanical elements such as washes. The inside diameter was 20, the outer diameter is coming 40. So this were the commands for today. In the upcoming lectures, we are going to complete the further commands. Till then, continue watching the AutoCAD series and do like, share and subscribe the channel, that is 4 Dimensions Infotech. For today, we'll complete here. Thank you. So hello everyone. Today we are going to start with day 8 and the first command we are going to see here is block command. So shortcut key for block command is B, enter. Say B, enter. The first step is to specify the name. I'm going to specify one name here. I'll say 4DI Infotech. Second step is to select the objects. So I'm going to select this object here. Say enter. Third step is to add the pick point. So I'm going to add this pick point here. This point is going to be the point by which we are going to insert the block if we required it again. So I'm going to specify this midpoint as a pick point. Now you have 3 options. First one is retain block, second is convert to block, and third one is delete block. So if you use retain block, it means the current selected object will not be blocked, but one copy of this block will be saved that we can insert it later. Second option is given convert to block. If I go with this option, then the selected entity will also become a block and it also will be saved for later if you want to insert the block again. Third one is delete. So if I go with this option, the selected entity will be deleted but will be made block and we can call it later by using insert. So these are the 3 options. We are going to see one by one here. First I'm going to select retain. Now when you click this diagram, you can see it is not converted to a single object. Each selection is coming separately means it is not converted to a block. But if I go in insert, block is been inserted by the name of 4DI Infotech. So block was made, but not the current selected sketch was been blocked. So you can call this block later. Now it is coming in green color because the layer of dimensions was on. If I want to change the layer, we can change it here. Select and then change the layer required. Next, again we are going to go for block, specify one name here, but this time we are going to say convert to block, then select object. So I'm going to select this object and this object will be converted to block itself. Say enter, add pick point. Say OK again. Now we can see after a click, all the entities are selected with dimensions. It is because this time the sketch is converted to block and even it is saved as a block. We can see in insert here. So this was the name RTY and we can see it is converted to block here. The third type in block we are going to see here. Say B, enter, specify the name. This time we are going to say as delete. Then select the objects we require to make the block. So I'm going to select this sketch here, say enter again and say delete and then add the pick point. Say OK. Now this sketch has been deleted but it is converted to block. We want to see, then we can go in insert and here we can see FGH named block has been created. So in this way we can use that three options in the block. Whether you want to retain, you want to convert to block or you want to go for delete option. Each condition block will be made but the current sketch will have the different conditions. Now if I want to insert this block again, we can directly go to insert and drag whatever named block you want. It will be placed here in the drawing. But suppose if I want to take another drawing, say this drawing 1, and I want that block to be called here also. The blocks which were created in the last drawings are not been displayed here. It is because we are working on the next drawing. So if I want to call that block here also, then we are going to make it block by different method. So for that we are going to use right block. Shortcut key for right block command is WB, enter. Select the objects we need to make a block. Say select object. We are going to make this one as a block here. Say enter. And now we need to add pick point. So I'm going to add a pick point also here. Lastly, we need to specify the path where you want to save this block. So I'm going to specify this path here. Now this is different than the first command. We need to specify the path also in right block. So I'm going to place it somewhere here on the desktop. We'll name it, say 4DI-B1. Save it on the desktop. Say OK and finish. Now we'll go to drawing 1 and here we are going to call that block which we have saved here. Go to insert and instead of calling it from directly here, we are going to go for this more options. Here we are going to browse the file which we have saved. So here we have this file 4DI-B1. Select that file, say open, say OK again, and we can see this drawing has been called here as a block. So in this way you can use right block by which we can call the block in another drawings also. One more time, we have this drawing here. We are going to use right block here. Say WB as a shortcut key. Say convert to block instead of retain this time. Then select the objects. Say enter. Add a pick point and save where you want to save. So this time we are going to change the path. We are going to save it in D drive. Here I am going to give a different name. So I'll say block 2. Save it in D drive. Say OK again. And now when you change the drawing, you can call it here also. Go to insert option, more options, say browse, and we are going to go on D drive. And here you will get the required block, that is block 2. Say open, say OK, and the block which was made in last drawing is now here. We can utilize it in the other drawing also. So in this way you can use block command. Now if I want to edit any block, suppose if I want to change the size of this dimension in this block, if I go directly for D enter, say modify and go for overall scale size, I'm going to say 3 times, say OK and set current, close. So the text size is not being changed here. It is because this diagram is already been made as a block diagram. So if I want to change or edit the sketch or diagram or edit any size of the dimensions, then you need to say edit block. For that you need to double click on this block. This option will appear there. asking edit block definition. So here we need to select the required block you want to edit. I'm going to say block 2, say OK again. And here we can edit the block. We can see the background is going to come in white color. Go to home tab, and now if you want to add any sketch, if you want to add lines, if you want to make layers, if you want to change the sizes of this text, every editing work which can be done outside can be done in block editor also. So we are going to edit the text size here. For that we are going to say D enter for dimension style manager. The earlier texts were edited in this dimension style that was named Sagar. So I'm going to select SGR, say modify, and here I'm going to change the fit size. So fit size I'm going to keep this time here is 6 times, means double. I'm also going to put off this option, that is draw dimension lines between extension lines. You can see in the preview window. I'll put off this option so this line will not appear there as you are showing radius. Say OK, set current and close. So this text size is been increased, as well as the lines which were coming from the center reference are been removed. If I want to edit the diagram also, I can add any geometrical entity or modify the sketch by using modification tools. So I'm going to add one circle here, add this radius as 60, and lastly we are going to say close block editor so as to save the changes which we have made in block. Now we can see here this block has been made as well as the changes are been saved. Same thing if I have done here directly without editing the block. Suppose if I'm going to add one circle here also, say this center point, and we are going to add one circle here. We want to mirror it. So I'm going to select the circle, go for this 2 reference point. We can mirror it also here. But as you select the block, it is been selected just by one click, but the circles are not included by the selection. So if I move this block, those circles will remain at their place only because they are not considered as the part of this block. So if you want to change any diagram or you want to edit or add these sketches, better you go for this double click and edit block definition option only, and then you modify the sketch you require. I'll say mirror only here. Say enter. Say close block editor, save changes to block, and this block has these changes been saved now. The circles are also been added. So in this way you can edit the blocks here. So we have seen how to make a block, how to insert any block, and how to edit block. As well as we have seen how to call this block in another drawings. Now the next command we are going to see here is boundary command. For that I'm going to modify this sketch here. Suppose if I go for line command and if I add some cutouts here, I'm going to trim this line here, say TR, double enter. Now if I want to show any dimension, suppose I want to show this step dimension, I'm going to go for linear dimensions, select the 2 points, and we can see this dimension is coming as 3.7. But if I give it here only, it will be complicated to understand and the dimensions will overlap the geometry. Because of that, we cannot see the proper shape of this geometry. So to avoid that, I am deleting this dimension here and I am going to take this detail view of the selected portion which I want to dimension. For that, I am going to say one circle here. I have covered in this circle the feature I want to dimension. Next, we are going to say boundary command. Shortcut key for boundary command is PO, enter. Now in boundary can be made by using 2 options, that is region and polyline. So I'm going to use polyline only here. You just need to say pick points, click on this pick point option and require to give the pick point here. So I'm going to give the pick point somewhere here in this complete close area as well as in this area also. There are 2 areas been selected by using pick point. You just need to click in this blank area and the pick point will be selected. Say enter, and now 2 overlapping boundaries are being created. You can see the first one and this second one. We are going to move these boundaries aside by using move command. Say M, enter, select both the boundaries, say enter, specify one base point and we are going to move it somewhere here. Now the boundaries which were made overlapped on this drawing are being moved here, and now there is no boundary being remaining here. So I'm going to scale this diagram for showing the detail view. So this boundary command can be used to show the detail views of any intricate shapes in the mechanical drawings. So I'm going to scale it, say SC, enter. Select the objects to scale, say enter again. Specify the base point, and the scale factor we are going to put here is 4 times. So now this diagram is being shown 4 times larger as usual. But one more problem will arise here. Earlier the dimension for this line was coming 3.7. We can see here the linear dimension was 3.7. But if I give this dimension here only, then it will overlap the diagram and the diagram will not be understood clearly. That's why we have taken the boundary aside and then we have shown in the detail view. But as you take the detail view, the size of this diagram is increased, so as the value will be increased. We can see here. But we are supposed to show the 1:1 scale value, that is 3.7 only. So to solve this issue, we can say D enter for dimension style manager, and we are going to create one new dimension style. Say copy to of Sagar, say continue. And in primary units, as we have scaled the diagram by 4 times, we are going to change the scale factor also, dividing this 1 value by 4. So instead of 1, I am going to take the scale factor as 1 by 4. It is because we have scaled it by 4 times, that's why I am taking 4 here. 1 by 4. Say enter, say OK, set current and close. Now if I go for dimension again, it will show me the correct value. That is 3.7. It is coming now. So in this way you can use the boundary command to show the intricate parts by moving it aside and scaling it and then specifying the values here. In mechanical concept, it is very important to use boundaries so as to show the detail views. Next command we are going to see here is wipeout. Shortcut key for wipeout command is WI enter. Say WI enter, and now we need to click the points so as to create a boundary around the sketch you want to hide. Suppose I am creating one boundary around this sketch. I am going to cover all the sketch in the boundary and then click the last click. Say escape, say enter. Now to use wipeout, the shortcut key command is WI enter. Select the object you want to wipe out. Wipe out means this object will be hidden within the boundary. So I'm going to make one boundary around this object, maybe of any shape. And when you click the last click here, just say enter and the object in between the boundary will be hidden here. Only when the cursor will be moved over it, it will be shown. All the things coming in the boundary are been hidden. Even the grid is also been hidden here. Now if I move this boundary, say M enter from one point to another. So whatever object is going to cover, it will hide that objects here. You can see. Now suppose if I want to hide this wipeout boundary also, then again use the same shortcut WI enter. Go for this frames option below here. It is asking here whether you want to show the display boundary or you want to off the wipeout display boundary. So I'm going to say off. Now the boundary is also been hidden here. And suppose if I put off this grid option also, then it will be hard to judge at which area we have made that boundary here. Only when you drag the cursor, you will see the boundary. After putting off this grid option, it will be more difficult for us to find out the wipeout sketch as well as the boundary. So if I want to show them again, I'll say WI enter the same shortcut key. Go to frames in command manager line, put on the frames option and the frame will be shown again here. Select this frame and say delete. The object covered in the frame will be visible again. So in this way you can use wipeout command. I'll say WI wipeout, say enter. This time I'm going to hide both these objects here. So I'm going to make one wipeout boundary around these two objects. Make sure that other things are not selected in this boundary. Only that two objects are been selected. Now say enter. If I want to hide this frame border also, say WI enter again. Go to frames. Put off this frame option here. At the lower left side we can see this in command manager line. Put off this option. And this wipeout boundary is also been hidden now. Now if I want to show this wipeout boundary again, say WI enter. Go to frames. Put on the display for the frame. Say on. And this wipeout boundary is visible. If I want to delete it, select it and delete it directly. The objects included within that wipeout boundary are being shown now. So this was the wipeout command. We have seen how to make blocks, how to use write blocks, how to use boundary command as well as how to use wipeout command. These were the points we are going to see today. We are going to continue with the further drawings and commands in later lectures. Till then, thank you. So hello everyone. Today we are going to start with day 9, in which we are going to see commands like arc, point, table, region, overkill, and some more commands. So to start with, we are going to start with arc command. So here in draw tab we can see here this arrow is given. Just click down to drop down the arrow and we have the different types of arc. Now here are number of arcs but all of them are not used. Particularly the most used arc are 3-point arc and start end radius. But we'll see all of them one by one. So to start with, first I'm going to say 3-point arc. You just need to refer 3 points, say first point, second and third. And we can see one arc has been made here. Make sure that ortho mode is off when you use arc command. Next we'll see the second type, that is start center end. So as the name suggests, we are going to click the points. First point was start, then second was center and third one was end. So start, center, end. This is the type of arc. Next we are going to see start, center, angle. So for start, center, angle, I'll say this as the start point, this as the center point, this as the center point, and here we need to give the angle. You can see angle value has been displayed here. You just need to put the input. So I'm going to say 60 degrees angle. So this arc will come. So this arc will come at 60 degrees, considering this point as an origin. If we draw one line here, now to check the angles, we have one more tool here. Go to Tools palette, and here you have the option that is Inquiry. So in Inquiry, I am going to check angle here. Select the option. It is asking us to select two lines. So I am going to select first line and the second line. Now it is showing the angle as 60 degrees. So using this command, we can see the angles also. We don't need to give angle dimension. We can directly see them. What is the angle between the two lines? Say escape. Now I'll delete this line and the arc also. The next type we are going to see here is start center length, in which we are going to define the chord length. Chord length is nothing but the distance from one end to another end of the arc, the straight distance. So I'll say start center length. This is the start point, this is the center point, and the length I'm going to define here is 120 mm. Now when the length will be measured from one end to another end of this arc, this chord length will be measured as 120 mm. We have the command shortcut keys D, I, enter. First point and the second point. We can see the distance is coming as 120 mm. The another way, we have seen the tool earlier also. Inquiry, again we can go to distance. The same command will be activated here. You can access it by using this tool command. Say inquiry and distance. You just need to click and we can see the radius here. Click on the arc and the radius will be shown. So in this way you can check the values of arc, length and angles. Next type of arc we are going to see here is start end angle. So here we need to specify the start point, then we need to specify the end point, and then we need to specify the angle. So I am going to give the angle here as 90 degrees. This was the start point, end point, and here is the angle. Next type, same start end direction, start end radius. Center points are not used here. Start end direction. So for start end direction, this is the start point, this is the end point. In direction we can take it by using angles. You can see the angle value is coming. So I'll say this angle value as 160 here. And this arc has been made. So this is start end direction. Again, start end direction, start point, end point and direction, whatever we want. So this time it is taking angle anti-clockwise. Angle I am going to give here is 30 degrees. So in this way we can use start end direction. Select and delete. So the next type we are going to see here is start end radius. I am going to say this point as the start point. We have given the offset of 40 mm between these two lines. So the radius I am going to take here is 20 only. We can see here this semicircle has been created. Same way, if I start it from the upper side and then go on the lower side, having the same radius of 20, we can see there are two arcs been made. Now we'll make one square here, 40 by 40. We'll use start and radius. Say give this as the start point, this one as the end point, and radius we are going to give here is 40. So this arc is coming in a convex shape. Again repeat this command, start and radius. Now this time I'm going to give the start point at the upper side. Earlier we have given the start point from the lower side. This time we are referring upper side and then the lower side, and the radius we are going to take here is 40 again. Say enter. Now we'll delete this square. Say delete, and we can see this shape here. It has been taken by using start and radius. Next command we are going to see here is center start end. We'll select this center point, this as the start point and this as the end point. Second type is center start angle. So this is the center point, this is the start point, and we need to specify the angle here. So I'm going to take this angle as 45 degrees. Say enter. This was center, this was start, and if I want to check the angle, I'll draw this line here. I'm going to go to tools, say inquiry, and check the angle. Just click from the start. This angle is coming 45. So in this way we can use center start angle. Next type we are going to see here is center start length. This time this is the center point, this is the start point, and the length we are going to take here is 120. So this chord length again, say distance command di, click here to check the start and chord length. We can see it 120 it is coming here. Lastly we have the option that is continuous arc. So in continuous arc you just need to click the arc and it will continue from the last arc with tangency. We'll repeat continue. It is by default taking start from the last arc's end. So here we can see it is coming with tangency also. So these are the different types of arcs. Next command we are going to see here is point command. For that I am going to change the color here. I'll take yellow color. Now to start with point, we have the shortcut key here as PO, enter. Specify the point where you want to place. So I'm going to place somewhere here. First point, repeat point. This is the second one. And we can take the reference line for the alignment. This is the third point. So this is the first point, second point, and third point. But they are not properly visible in this format. So if you want to change the sign of this point, we can go to format option, and here we have the point style option. Select the point style option and you can specify the symbol for this point. I'll take this one. It also shows the size of this symbol. It is coming 5% this time. I'll say OK, and we can see the difference now. Now the symbol for all 3 points is being changed here. If I want to change the size of the symbol, repeat that point style option, and here we have the point size. So I'm going to say 2 only, and we can see the point sizes are being changed. Now if I want points on this line equidistant, total 5 points, we can use divide command and the points will be applied at equidistant on this line. So to use that command, we have the shortcut key as div, enter. You need to select the object. It may be arc, circle or line. So I'm going to select this line. Now it is asking us to select the object for divide. I'm going to select this line. Enter the number of segments. I'm going to say 5, say enter. And we can see there are total 4 points dividing this line to 5 segments. First, second, third, fourth and fifth. We can use the same command for arc or circles also. I'll say I want to divide this arc into 7 sections now. Repeat the command divide. Select the arc. Define the number of segments. I'm going to say 7. Say enter. We can see this arc is divided into 7 segments. If I don't want these points to be highlighted on the arc, again we'll change the symbol here by going to format, say point style, and say this point style as regular only. Say OK. Now still we can see this arc is there. We also have the points existing there. We just need to go on the line command, select the center point, and we can see it will directly take the point as a node. So again start point, end point, I'm going to take this point only. So the points are still there, but as this symbol is being changed, they are not been highlighted on the arc. But we can refer them as a node so as to intersect the line on them. The last one. So there are total 7 sections now. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh. Equidistant by common angle in between them. So in this way we can use point command. We can apply different symbols for the point. We can change the size of the symbols. And we can divide any geometry by using divide and points command. So after arc and point we are going to see table command. Shortcut key for table command is TB, enter. Here it will ask you this insertion behavior. We are going to take the columns as 5. The column width it is taking as 63.5. I'm going to say 40 only. Now we have to specify the number of rows. So the data of rows I'm going to take here is, I want 4 rows, and the row height I'm going to take here is 1.5. Next it will ask you for the set styles. So I'm going to take the style, the first row cell as title, second row cell as header, and all the other cells as data. We can see here the format. This preview window is showing the format. First the title will come, then all the headers, and then the data. If I want to change this format, I can say header first, then data. So if you want to skip the title, we can go for this format also. And suppose if you want to skip the header also, click the option here as data. So only data will be referred here in this table. The insertion behavior we have kept here is specify insertion point. What does it mean? We will see this. Say OK. And now when you are going to click here, this table will be placed according to the insertion point. That's why the option was specify insertion point. So this table is been placed. Second way, again repeat table. Insertion behavior I'm going to take here as specify window. Instead of inserting the table by reference point, we are going to use specify window. Columns will by default come 5 only, and the row height will be by default 1 only. Format has been set here. I'll say OK. Only difference is when you click here, we can add the number of rows by dragging it, as well as the column width also will be adjusted by dragging only. So in this way you can add the table here. So these are the two different ways to insert the table, by reference point or by specifying the window by dragging it and changing the number of rows with column width. Now we'll see the further formatting. So if I want to type the title here, just double click in this cell and you can go for the title. I'll say 4 dimensions infotech. We can change the color and style also here. I'm going to change the color as well as style. We'll keep this style here as this rounded one. You can change the colors also here. I'm going to keep this color here as sky blue. We can make it bold and italic. Say close text editor. Next we need to add the headers. So for that we are going to click on this upper cells now. This complete row of the upper cells. Double click here. I'll say SR number. Say tab to shift in the next cell. Here I'll say name, tab, date, tab, phone number. Now if I want to change the colors and style and text size, we can change them here. I'm going to take the size here as 3 only, say bold, and color we are going to take here is green. So in this way we can do the editing also. Now if I want to merge all these 4 cells together, you just need to click here and drag one window. You can see the dotted line window is coming there at the cursor point. Just drop it here and all the 4 cells are selected. After selecting all the 4 cells, so I'm going to say merge all. If I want to merge them by rows, I can say merge by rows. If I want to merge them by columns, I can say merge by columns. But here I'm going to say merge all, and we can see now it is complete one single cell, merging all the 4 cells together. In this way we can merge the cells. Next, if I click in this cell, it is asking us insert this cell above. So if I want to insert one more cell, we can see this number is coming as 5. I'll say insert above, and now this number is changed. It is showing 6 here, means one more cell is added above this cell. If I want to add this cell below, you can see the last number is showing 12. I'll say insert below. One more cell is added below the selected cell. If I want to delete the rows, I can delete the rows here. If I want to insert the columns at the left and right side of the selected cell, I'll say insert to left. So here the left side column has been added. If I say insert to right, then one more column will be added at the right side. The letters are showing here till F. It will take the G cell now. I'll say insert to right. You can see here one more cell has been inserted. Now if I want to delete the columns, we can click here. So it will be deleted from the right side, we can see there. Now if I want to apply color for the selected cell only for the borders, we can say edit borders. Here you need to select the color you require. I'm going to say magenta and click here this option that is outside border only. Say OK, say escape. We can see this cell is looking different in color. Now if I want to match other cells also with the same color border, I'm going to use match cell. You just need to click on these cells This border will be applied to all the selected cells. If you want to fill the color in specific cell, just select this cell here and we can fill the different colors also here. If I want to merge these three cells now, select them and say merge by column. They will be merged together by the column. If I want to select these two cells and say merge cells, if I want to select this, if I want to merge these two cells by the help of rows, if I want to merge these two cells as rows, select them together and say merge by row. One more thing, when you type any text here, and if I type here something, I'll change the size. I'll say 2 only. Now this option is use justification. So here you can say I want this text to be at top left. So it is coming at top left. I'll decrease the size little bit more. I'll say 1.5 only. Now this text is coming at the top left side. I'll say top center. It is coming at top center. I'll say top right. It will be moved to top right. Same way, middle left, middle center, middle right. And lastly, bottom left, bottom center and bottom right. So in this way, you can adjust the position of the text. I'll say middle center. If I want to add some symbols also, we can add the symbols also here. Say OK and close editor. So in this way, we can make table and edit them. Double click for adding the text in the cells and single click for editing the cells. Now if I go to format and select this option, that is table style, say modify. Now in general, we have this option table direction. Now if I want to change the table direction, it is showing downside. I'll say upside. So we can see here title is coming at the last, second last are the headers and then data. Say OK, set current and close. So now this name is coming at the below side, then the headers and then the complete data. So we can change the order of this table. The numbering also you can see here. This numbering is coming from the bottom side. So in this way, we can change the table format also. Go again to format, say table style, say modify. I'll change the direction, say again down. Here we can also change the default setting for the table. The default color was coming white. Alignment for the text was coming top center. Go to text, we can change the height also. We can change the text color. If I want to change the angle, we can change the angle also here. I'll set 10 degrees incline. If I say set current and close, now we can see here the data text is coming incline. Say repeat table style. Say modify. I'll change it. I'll say 0 degrees only. Say set current and close. Next, if I am taking two lines here, I'll take this as the first line. Say ortho mode on. I'll take one circle also here. I'll take one more line. I'll change the color first. Say blue color. And I'll make one more line overlapping to this first line. I'll make one more circle overlapping to this circle again. We'll add one more line changing the color. Now there are total 3 lines here and 2 circles being overlapped with each other. So if I want to see the overlappings here, we'll put on this option, that is selection cycle, and click here. It is showing all the 3 lines. Suppose if I want to delete the yellow line, I select this yellow line, say delete. This yellow line will be deleted. If I click it here again, it will ask you for the selection, which line you want to select or edit and delete. So I'm going to select sky blue line here, say delete again. Only one line is left. So this selection line help us detect the overlapping objects. These 2 circles are coming now. I'm going to select yellow circle and say delete. So in this way, overlapping objects can be detected and modified by using selection cycle. If this selection cycle symbol is not showing here, you can go in this list of the status bar and put on the option for selection cycle. It is by default on, that's why it is showing here. Next command we are going to see here is overkill. For that, select this drawing tool. I'll make some lines. We'll make some overlapping lines also on these lines. The selection cycle is on. When I select this, it is showing 2 lines here. If I select on this line also, it is showing two lines. Now I don't want these overlapping lines to be remained after completing the drawings. Then we can remove them by just one command. Instead of selecting and deleting them one by one, we can use overkill here. Shortcut key for overkill command is OV, enter. Select the objects to overkill, say enter again. It will ask us whether you want to ignore any property while overkilling. I'll not select any property here. I'll just say OK. Now when I select here, we can see still the selection cycle is on, but overlapping has been removed. It is not showing two lines after selection now because the overlapping lines are being killed. So we can use this command overkill so as to remove the overlapping lines in the drawings. Next command we are going to see here is region command. For that I'm going to make one sketch, one open profile and one close profile. We are going to take copies also of these objects. Say CO, enter. Now when you click on these lines, they are not selected completely at one click because they are not joined together. If I apply join command, say J, enter, select all the lines, say enter. Now when you click once, all the lines are selected at one click because they are joined now. For this object, this close object, I'm going to apply region command. Shortcut key for region command is REG, enter. Select the objects to make one complete region, say enter. Here also at one click we can see this complete object is been selected. So this is the region command being applied, but for the closed object, and it is working same as join command. But if I apply this region command on this open entity as we have applied the join command on this one, say REG, enter, say enter again. Still it is not selected as a complete object even after applying region. The reason here is the main difference between join and region command, that is if the object is not completely closed then we can join it together but we cannot make region out of it. But if the object is completely closed then we can make the region. One more difference is there between region and join. Now I have done region at the upper side. We'll say join for this object. Say J, enter, select the object, say enter again. When you click we can see the difference. Here there are total 4 grip points are coming and here total 4 grip points at the corner and the mid grip points are also coming here. This middle grip points are added in join only, not in region. This grip points helps us stretch the object. We can stretch the object here. But if I have made this object completely joined by using region command, then we cannot stretch the object. We can just click and drag the object, it will move instead of stretching. But here, if I made this close object by joining instead of region, we can see it is stretchable. So this is one more difference between join and region command. This was region command. So these were the commands we were going to see today. We'll continue with the further commands in the upcoming lecture. If you want to learn AutoCAD completely, just follow the playlist of the AutoCAD which is uploaded earlier. Do share, like and subscribe the channel. Till then, thank you. So hello everyone, today we are going to start with session number 10 of AutoCAD series. We have already recorded sessions from lecture 1 to 9. This is the session number 10 in which we are going to cover layers 2, means how to modify layers. We are going to cover match properties, how to make new dimension styles, as well as design center. So to start with, we are having some layers here. We have already applied this layer on these objects. So we are just going to see how to modify the layers. In session number 4, we have already seen how to make these layers. Now we are modifying it. So to start with, I'm going to select this center line layer. And when I click on this option, that is lock, you can see the objects made by the layer. We can see the objects made by this layer are being locked now. When I drag this cursor near this layer, we can see the lock symbol is being shown. Now when the layers are being locked, we cannot edit them, neither we can delete them. And the transparency of this layer is also being changed. So if you want to unlock this layer again, just go to the layer tab and unlock this option, that is layer unlock. We can see the transparency is again changed, as well as editing options are also been put on now. Next thing we are going to see here is how to freeze the layers. So to freeze the layers, suppose I go to layer tab. Now I'm going to take this hidden line layer now. Just click on this mid option, say freeze layers. So whatever the objects made by these layers will be freezed here, means the transparency will be removed. They will be hidden here. We can see here this layer has been freezed and all the parts made by this particular layer are being hidden here. Same is the command of turn on and off. So if I on or off the layer also, it will work same as freeze only, but only one difference is there, that if the objects are made by the current layer and we are putting off the current layer here, suppose I go for this center line, as this is the current layer being present here. So if I put off this layer, it will give a notification asking whether you want to turn off the current layer or not. As it is a current layer, that's why this notification is coming. So I'll click on this option, that is turn the current layer off. Objects made by this center line layer are being off now. We can see the center marks are also not visible. I'll put on them again. Here we can see the center marks are now present. This objects also. And if I freeze this current layer instead of putting off, suppose I try this freeze option here, then it will show the notification that this layer cannot be frozen because it is a current layer. So this is the main difference, that current layers cannot be frozen, but it can be turned on or off if you want to remove the transparency, or if you want to remove the objects made by this layer in the drawings, or if you want to hide the objects that are made by this layer in the drawings. So in this way, these three options work, that is lock layer, freeze layer, as well as turn on and off the layer. Next command we are going to see here is match properties. The shortcut key for match properties is MA enter. So for match properties, I'm going to type here MA enter. Now I want to select the source object. So I'm going to select this circle here, which was made by the hidden line layer. As soon as I click on this layer, a brush symbol is coming there. You need to select the other object by which the properties of this particular layer, that is hidden layer, will be copied on the other layer. So if I select on this arc here, we can see earlier the center mark layer was been applied. As soon as I click on this arc, this will turn to hidden layer, matching with the earlier object we have selected. Say escape. We can see the properties of this circle are been matched to the arc also here. Now if I want to select similar entities, suppose this dimension example we can take here. Now I want to select all the dimensions which are given for this diameter. So I'm going to select one out of it, say right click and go to this option, that is select similar. So all the diameters are been selected here. Now suppose if I want to change the layer for this diameters at one time only, we can select the layer here. Suppose I want to apply this layer, that is text layer. I'm going to select that particular layer and we can see all the dimensions are been updated with the layer, that is text. For multiple selection, we can use select similar, as well as we can change the layer at one time only. Next, if I want to use this match properties option for the text also, we can apply that. Select this match properties option. Now we can see the text here having different sizes. So match property only match the sizes of this text, not the colors as well as the font style. So here we are having this text, that is 4 dimensions info text. The style of this text is totally different from this text, that is like and share. So if I want to update this text with these sizes, not by the layers or the color or font style, then we can use match properties. Select the first text size, that symbol has been appearing for matching. Select the other text and the font sizes are being matched here. We'll repeat it again. Say match properties, select the first text, click on the other text, the sizes will be matched. You can see here layers and font size will not match, only the sizes will be changed. Say escape. You can use this match properties for matching the hatching types also here. So I'm going to select this match properties option. I want this hatching to be applied on the other side also. Select the first hatching required to be applied on the other side. Then click on the other side. This hatching is now been matched. The colors are not been matched. Here also for the gradients, say match properties. Select this gradient and click on the other gradient that will be matched with the first one which we have selected earlier. So in this way, match properties can be used for matching the layers, dimension, text size, as well as hatching properties. We'll undo it here. Next thing we are going to see here is new dimension style. So for new dimension style, we need to say shortcut key as D enter. Go on this option, that is new, and I'm going to make one separate dimension style here. Now I'm going to name it as 4DI only. Say continue, and you can customize the styles whatever the text size, primary units, symbol of arrows and sizes, as well as text colors, primary units, we can update them all together and make a separate dimension style which will be different from the current style which is being used now. So for that, I'm going to change the text color here. I'm going to say yellow. We'll change the arrow types also. We'll take the arrow type as dot. We'll change the arrow size, say 3.5. We'll go to primary units and change the decimals here. I'm going to go for double digits now. Instead of point, I want comma as a decimal separator. Change the dimension or extension line colors also here. Say OK. I'm going to select 4DI and then say set current and close. Now if I go for one more dimension, as I have changed the dimension style, I'll try one linear dimension here. We have set 4DI as the new dimension style. So I'm going to select this point and this other point. We can see here this dimension are coming little bit different from the earlier one. This is because we have changed and applied the new dimension style. Even for this radius, I'll say radius value, we can see here it is coming little bit different now. Text size is also being changed, text colors are being changed, arrow type as well as the extension line colors are also being updated here. If I want the earlier dimension to be applied again, just go and say D enter, say ISO, say set current and close. Repeat the dimension here, say radius, change the layer and this radius will appear similar as the earlier dimensions were. So in this way you can apply the dimension styles or new dimension styles. One more time I want to make one new dimension style here. Say D enter, say new, next say continue and we can change the requirements here. Say precision as 000. This time I am going to take the dimension style as architectural or fractional. Next the arrow type I'll say oblique. Say text size, I'm going to increase the text size also here, say 2.5 and the text color we are going to say magenta. Align with dimension line. The alignment of the text is also being changed. Say OK, set current and close. You should set the current style which you have made here. Now if I apply the dimension, say diameter, now the dimensions are being applied according to the updated dimension style. Say D enter to change it again. Say 4DI, set current, close. This will be other dimension style now. Go to this diameter option again. We can see the difference here. And for the default style, again say D enter. Say ISO 25, set current and close. It will go to default settings now. So we have applied here three different new dimension styles. We can see here. So this was new dimension style. We can make multiple dimension styles here according to the unit or need we require for the drawings. Next command we are going to see here is design center. Shortcut key for design center is ADC enter. ADC enter. Now the use of this design center is earlier in drawing 1 we have made multiple layers. We have taken different line types also here. We have made different dimension styles. We can see here 4DI and Sagar. Next we have also made blocks here. We can see in insert this block was made. So if I want to forward this all things, that is the block, line types, dimension styles, this layers to another drawing, so as to save the time required to make them again, we can use design center. Shortcut key for design center is ADC enter. Now after typing the shortcut key, we have this option list here. We have all the three options. We are going to continue with open drawings here. So we have the open drawings, drawing 1 and drawing 2. And we need to copy all the properties of drawing 1 in drawing 2. So I'm going to expand this drawing 1. Go to blocks first. It will show all the blocks that were made in this drawing. So I'm going to copy this block, that is block B. Select the block, click here and drag and drop in the drawing. So this block has been now dragged and dropped into drawing number 2 as we are working in drawing number 2. I want this layers also here. Select this text layer, drag and drop. The other layers also same thing. Just click and drop the layers here. Whatever layers you want to continue with. Next we'll go for line types. All the line types I'm going to take here. Just click here, drag and drop them together. Just click and drag and drop them here. Lastly, the dimension styles. This 4DI also. Drag and drop. Now say close. And now in drawing 2, as we have taken the new drawing, we have copied all the properties that were present in drawing 1. That is this layers. We can see here all the layers are been coming here. The line types, blocks which were made in the earlier drawing. We can see this block also, as well as I say D enter, new dimension styles are also being shown. That is this 4DI and other dimension style named Sagar. Say close here. So all the dimension styles are also been copied here. Just you need to say design center and we can copy all the properties of the earlier drawings to the new one. The only thing is whatever properties which we are going to copy here, the drawing for that particular property should be open in the background here. Then only we can copy them. Suppose if I close this drawing, say drawing 1 is closed, I'll save it. And if I go for ADC now, that is design center shortcut key, drawing 1 will not be shown here. So in this way we can use design center also. So this were the commands which we are going to see today. We'll continue with the next command in the upcoming lectures. We are going to start with 3D now in AutoCAD. So follow all the lectures in the playlist which we have made for the AutoCAD. Till then, thank you. So hello everyone, today we are going to start with day 11 in which we are going to see AutoCAD 3D. Now AutoCAD is a non-parametric software, that's why the 3D we are going to make here is not that much flexible, but still you should know the 3D commands. That's why we are going to cover some commands here. So we are going to cover extrude boss, how to extrude the material, as well as how to rotate, loft, how to make mirrors. So these things we are going to cover here in AutoCAD 3D. So to start with, we have the regular interface. We can see here this 2D UCS is being shown here. This is the cube showing the top plane and this is the ribbon for 2D commands. But as we are going to make 3D here, we need to change this interface here. So to change the interface, we are going to go on this setting symbol at the lower right side. Click on this symbol and you just need to click on this option, that is 3D modeling. We have switched to 3D modeling here. We can see the above ribbon, it is completely changed and it is showing the 3D commands now. We are going to click here on this home tab. So now the interface is looking in the isometric view. We can see all the 3 axes are visible now. We are going to start the sketch for the 3D same way as we were starting the 2D sketches. So I'm going to make one rectangle here. Now one thing to be noted, that whatever sketch you are going to make for 3D extrude, it should be made by polyline only. So I'm taking here the rectangle command. It is by default polyline object only. We'll give the sizes here. I'll say X distance as 30, tab Y distance as 20. So now this rectangle is made as a polyline object. We are going to go for extrude command. So for extrude command, the shortcut key is EXT, that is extrude, enter. We can directly extrude it here, or else we can go in the modeling tab here above left side. We have this option here, extrude. After selecting the command, just select the object, say enter, and then we are going to start here as an extrusion. So to extrude here, I'm going to say the value as 20 mm, enter. Now we can visualize this part. It is looking in a 2D wireframe sketch form. We want to change it. We want to show it into a 3D part. So for that, we are going to go for this view tab, and in view tab we have this 2D wireframe. We are going to change it and say shades of gray. Now we can see, we can visualize it in a 3D form. So here we can change the styles, whether you want to show it shades of gray. If I want to show in a hidden view, just click, then the material will not be shown, only the edges are being shown. If I go for the other type, that is shaded, then edges will not be shown, only material will be shown. So there are different types here. We are going to select shades of gray so that all the edges are also visible and material is also visible here. So we'll see the cut later. First we'll see the press pull command. So again we are going to make one rectangle. Now one more thing we have to remember, that we have said that extrude can be done only if the object is made by polyline. Suppose this object is polyline, and if I say explode command here, now it has become the single line object. We can see here by clicking a single line, only one line is selected, not complete object. So now it is not a polyline object. Suppose if I go for extrude command using this single line object, we need to select all the lines and then say extrude. Only surfaces will be extruded here, material will not be added as a complete solid body. So to avoid that, there is command that is known as press pull. So if you have not made a polyline object and then you are going to try extrude, it is not possible. Alternate option we have here is press pull. We are going to select the press pull command. We just need to click on the internal area, not on the sketch, and we can press pull it here. So it is similar to extrude command only, alternate of extrude command. Only difference is press pull can be used for both closed polyline or a single line object, but extrude can only be used for polyline objects. So this is the main difference here. Next, we were seeing how to cut the material. For that, we are going to make one sketch. We are going to make one circle here. As I take circle, on this face, we can see one 3D object snap point is being shown, naming as 3D center. That's because this option is on. That is 3D object snap. If I put off this option and then go for circle, this point will not be shown. But it's compulsory while working on 3D that 3D object snap should be put on. And then we can select the points here. And we are going to make this circle on the surface. So I'm going to take the circle of radius 6 here. We can see the circle is made on this face only. But suppose one more thing, if I put off this option, that is DUCS, and then if I try to make circle, it will not be made on this surface. So to avoid this and to make the proper sketches on the faces, we should compulsory put on this option, that is dynamic UCS. Shortcut key is F6. Then only we can make sketches on the 3D faces. So this is very important to put on 3D object snap also, as well as dynamic UCS. So after making this circle, we are going to extrude the circle. Select the circle, enter, and then we are going to extrude it here. So whatever depth for the cut we need, we are going to extrude it by that size. So I'm going to say the cut I need is of 10 mm. So I'm going to extrude it by 10 only. Say enter. And now this body is added here. You can see this 3D solid body as well as the earlier body. Now if I want to make this as a cut, we need to go for this command, that is solid subtract. Select the command. First we need to select the main body, say enter, and then we need to select the body which we want to subtract. Say enter here. So here we can see this material has been cut here. To visualize it properly, we are going to use this command, that is orbit. Just click here and then you can click on the mouse and rotate the body so as to confirm that whether the cut has been made or not. In this way we can visualize this part or a 3D body completely 360 degrees. So this was subtract. Say escape and finish. Next command we are going to see here is offset face. So for offset face, we are going to go on this solid editing tab in the third column, that is offset faces. So I'm going to select this face, say enter, and click on the distance at which you want to offset this face. I'm going to say 20 mm. I'll say enter again to end the command, and we can see it is offsetted by 20 mm more. We'll repeat the command here. Select the face you want to offset, say enter, and put up the distance you want to offset. So if I want to add the material, I'm going to put the value in positive. I'm going to say 10 and enter. Again repeat enter. And if I want to remove this material by using offset, then we can do that also. Select the command, select the face, say enter, and instead of taking the value in positive, I'm going to say minus 15 mm. Now this material is removed by 15 mm. So offset face can add the material as well as remove the material. We can do the same thing by press pull also. Select the press pull command, click on the face, and you can add the material, say the distance as 10 mm, and even this press pull can be used to remove the material from one side face. So I'm going to drag it in the negative direction and say the value as 10. Now the material is removed by 10 mm. So offset face as well as press pull both can be used to add the material at one particular face in a parallel direction. Next command we are going to say here is 3D rotate. So if I want to make this cubical shape to stand vertically, I need to rotate it by 90 degrees. For that we have this command, that is 3D rotate. Shortcut key for 3D rotate is 3DR. Select the object you want to rotate, say enter. And now I need to select one ribbon. Now this ribbon colors are matching with the UCS colors we can see here. So this red ribbon stands for rotating the object by the x-axis. I'm going to select here this red ribbon as I want to rotate it by x-axis. Now you just need to put up the angle. I'm going to say here the angle as 90 degrees. We can see here This part has been rotated and it is standing vertically now. But the hole which we have made has gone on the opposite side. So if I want to see that hole also, you just need to go on this option, that is orbit, and we can rotate it here and see this hole cutout is coming at the bottom side. Not at the back side, but at the bottom side. After rotating this, we are going to rotate this object here. Select 3D rotate, select the object to be rotated, say enter. I'm going to select this green ribbon here, say rotation angle as 90 degrees, and we can see now this object has been rotated and it is standing here. So if you have made any part by extrude command, the sketch will be merged by the extrude. But if you have made the 3D by using press pull command, the sketch will not get merged. So I'm going to delete this sketch. Now we can see both the parts are being rotated using 3D rotate. If I want to move it, then we can use 3D move. Select the object and you can directly use this axis to move. I'm going to select this direction as an X direction. So if I want to move it here, I can put up the distance also and can move, or else I can just directly drag it here. If I want to move it at the bottom side, move at the bottom side. If I want to move in the Y direction, just move in the Y direction. Same here. We can also use this command, that is move command only. Select the move command, select the objects to move, say enter. We'll say this as a base point. We'll move it and keep it here at the first extrude, at the vertex point, but we can see this vertex point is not being shown properly. So at this time, before moving, I'm going to go at the object snap, 3D object snap, and I'm going to put off this option, that is nearest. Then we are going to use move command again, say enter, select this vertex point, and I want to keep it or place it on this 3D vertex point. Now both the extrudes are different. We can select and see this is selected separately and this one is also selected separately. But if I want to combine them together, then we can use union command. So select this solid union, select both the objects here, say enter, and we can see the edge formation which was earlier, it is now been removed and it is been selected as a combined part now. I'll undo it one more time. We can see the difference. When we have not applied union, both the objects are selected separately and there is one edge, common edge between these two objects. So if I merge this object, this edge will be removed. This in between edge we can see here, this edge will be removed here. So union command, select both the objects, say enter, and these two parts are being combined now. In this way you can use union command here. We have seen extrude command, we have seen press pull command, we have seen solid subtract, union and offset faces. We have also seen how to use 3D rotate as well as 3D move. Now we are going to use mirror command. So for mirror command, just select the command here. Here is the command, that is in modify 3D mirror. Select the objects to mirror, say enter. So I'm going to specify this as a first point, this as the second point, and at the bottom side vertex point as the third point. Say enter now, and this part has been mirrored here. I'll undo and show it again, just see it properly. Select the 3D mirror command, select the objects to mirror, say enter. Select the first point as a vertex point, this second vertex point, and the third vertex point I'm going to select at the bottom side. Say enter, and we can see this part has been mirrored. If I want to join them together and remove this mirror line, that is edge line showing this part are separate, then we can go for union command. Select both the objects, 3D objects, say enter, and now they are combined together. So this was 3D mirror. Now the next command we are going to see here is loft command. It is only used when two or more different shapes are to be connected and made as a solid body. So for that we are going to make some cross sections here, maybe of different shapes and sizes. So I'm going to select here a rectangle first. First we'll make one rectangle. Next we'll take one circle here, say 30. I'll move this circle now by using 3D rotate command. Just click on the axis in the direction which you want to move and drag it at the height you require. So I'm going to take the height here as 150 mm, say enter. If I want to change the diameter, I'm going to double click it here. I'll change the radius, I'll say 35. So the diameter is a little bit bigger now. Next, go for this command, that is loft. Select both these sketches to loft, say enter, again enter and exit. Now if I want to make this part hollow, we are going to use the command here as shell command. So in solid editing, in this option we have the shell command. Select the shell command, select the 3D solid. Next it will ask you to show the removing face. So I'm going to select this upper face here. Say enter. Specify the thickness, common thickness we required here. So I'm going to take the thickness as 5 mm. Say enter again. Say exit and exit. So now we can see here by using orbit command, this part is being made hollow here. Constant thickness is coming of 5 mm as a wall thickness. So in this way we can use shell command and loft command. The next command we are going to see here is revolve command. For that we are going to make one axis and one profile which is going to revolve around the axis. I am going to make one shaft with overall length of 400 mm. Now we will take the cross section sizes 50, then inner length I am going to take here 60, next 70 as a radius, this length I am going to take 150, and then here I am going to take the length as 80, and we are going to match it by the end in this way. Now we will measure the distances here. I will say D, I enter. So the first radius we have taken here is 50 mm, the second radius we have taken 120, and the last radius we have taken here is of 200. So these are the 3 radius we have taken, and we are going to revolve them together now. Select the revolve command, select the sketch to revolve. But as we can see, while selecting, all the lines are selected individually. Say enter and provide 2 points here. This part will be revolved, but will not be completely solid. We can see here, this part will come hollow only. It is because this line command is being made by using single line, not by polyline. So to make it properly, we are going to join them together. Say J enter, select it, say enter. Now it is a polyline object, then we are going to go for revolve. Select the profile, say enter, and show 2 points for the axis around which it is going to be revolved. Put up the angle by which you want to revolve it. So I'm going to say 180 degrees. It will be made as a semicircular part. I'll undo it. Again go for revolve command, select the profile, say enter. Select the 2 points around which we are going to revolve. This time I will say 360 degrees. This complete part is been made. The first radius was taken 50, so diameter will be 100. Second was radius 120, so this diameter will be 240. The third one was taken radius as 200, so this diameter is going to be 400. In this way we can use revolve command here. Next command we are going to see here is swept command. For that I am going to make one spline here. So ortho mode off. Say enter to end this line. Now at any one cross section, I am going to make one profile also. This was the path. We are going to make one profile. Then we are going to swap this profile along this path. So circle we are going to take here. I'll take this circle radius as 50. Enter. We have this profile. The path is also ready. We are going to go for swap command. First it will ask you to select the objects to swap. Say enter. I have selected the circular profile. Say enter. Then it will ask you for the path. I am going to select this as a path, and we can see here whatever was the radius or diameter, that circular profile is being swept along the path to add the material. We orbit it and see it along 360 degrees direction. We'll use this orbit command to see it properly. We can see here this path is being added with the material. One more time we are going to take lines here. So ortho mode on. Suppose I have made one profile. I'm going to take fillets also here. Next, I'm going to add one cross section. So for cross section, this time we are going to take rectangle. I'll take the rectangle size here as 250 by 300. We are going to move it and keep it at the center. Say move command, select the object, say enter, specify the base point and keep it here. Now we have this path as well as this profile. We are going to swap it now. Select the swap command, select the parts to swap, select the swap command, select the profile to swap, say enter and select the path. We can see this part is been swept but only along this single line. It is because we have not selected this line as a polyline. So for making it polyline, I'm going to use join command. Say J enter, select the lines and arcs to be joined and make them as a complete path. Again go for sweep command, select the profile, say enter and then select the path. We can see here this cross section has added the material along the path and this sweep command is being used. So in this way you can use sweep command here. So this were the commands we were going to see for this lecture. In the upcoming lecture we are going to make 3D model using these commands. Till then, thank you. So hello everyone. In last session we have seen how to use 3D commands for making 3D parts. In this lecture we are going to make some parts just to show how the commands are being used in 3D and how the interface will look. So to start with, I have inserted one image here. We can insert any image in AutoCAD by using this insert command. This is the menu bar, and in menu bar we can use this option that is insert, and we have this command that is raster image reference. So by using this command you can browse the parts or files you want, maybe images. That images can be opened here. So I'm going to take another image here, say open, say OK, and when you click in the screen it will ask you to scale the image. So I'm going to scale this image. In this way we can insert the images also. So we have taken already one image there. I'm going to delete this. We are going to use this image later. And we are going to start with this part now. So to move in 3D interface, we are going to select this option. Go to 3D modeling. So in 3D modeling, after changing the tab, we can see the above ribbon is also changed. The commands are being updated to 3D. Now we need to click on this home icon so that all the axes are visible and we are in isometric view now. You can see here X, Y, Z are visible now. Next we need to start with this front view side. So we have this height here 42 and this length is 76. So we are going to start with this figure. I'm going to consider this side as a front view. So take line command, put ortho mode on. Here the length is given 42. Image is looking very small, so we'll scale the image first. We have taken this height of 42 with this line. Next one horizontal line, then 76, say escape. Next line, then 12 mm. Now we need to make this upper side. So the length here given is 14 mm. We have started with this edge here. Now we are going to make this horizontal line of 14 mm. So here I'll take the length as 14. At the downside, the total height was 42 and the length given here is 12 mm. So I'll minus this 12 from this 42 and we'll take this length as 30 mm. Then close the sketch. We'll move the image here. After making this L portion, we are going to make this backside portion now. For that we are going to make this rectangular face that is of 7 by 42. Again one more rectangle. X distance as 7, tab, Y distance as 42. Now one more feature remaining, that is this rib. We are going to make this triangle here. So to start with, we have one line. This height I am going to take here is 30 mm. The next distance we are going to take is the rib base. So this base length, the total length will be 62. So here, this horizontal line we are going to take here is 62. And we are going to make this triangle lines combined by using join command. As for the extrude command, we need polyline objects. That's why we have used join command here. Each line is selected individually. We need to join them together so as to extrude. So I'm going to select the object, say J enter. This combined object is now joined. This is L shape, this is the rectangular shape, this is the triangular shape. We need to go for extrude command now. Before going to extrude, we are going to shift to isometric view. For that, we are going to click on this home icon. Now the extrusion size we are going to take here is 31. We can see here. We have drawn this L shape and we are going to go for this extrude of 31. Select the extrude command. Select the sketch. Say enter. And we are going to extrude it by 31. Next extrude here. So this backside feature that was of 7 by 42. We are going to extrude it by 13 mm. Extrude. See this distance as 13. And this triangular rib we are going to extrude it by 8 mm. One more extrude, select the triangle, say enter, say 8 mm as a distance for extrude. We'll move this image little bit further side. We'll change the view style now. Shades of gray. Now we are going to rotate each feature here. Select the 3D rotate command from this side, that is from modify toolbar. Click on the object to rotate, say enter. Select the required ribbon around which we want to rotate and provide the angle here. One more time, 3D rotate, say enter. For this last feature, select the part, say enter. Select the required ribbon and provide the angle. Say escape. And now these complete features are being made in 3D. We are going to place them together now. So for that I am going to say move command here. Enter. Select the object, say enter. Specify the base point. So I'm going to take the midpoint of this rib from the back side. You can see this 3D midpoint it is showing here. Click here and I'm going to place on this part's 3D midpoint. Next we are going to use orbit command to rotate the object. Now we need to place this feature by using the 3D midpoint of both the parts. So move command again. Select the part, say enter, specify the 3D midpoint. 3D midpoint for this part also, and this feature has been placed here. Say orbit. Now we need to join all the features together. For that we are going to use union command. Select all the three features. Say enter. We can see this combined object is being joined now. This part is completed here. We are going to select this top plane again. We need to insert the second part now. So I'm going to delete this image. Go on this option and show the menu bar here. Say insert. Again say raster image reference. Select the image you require. Say open. Say OK again. Place it where you require and scale it. So we are going to make this part now. For that we are going to start with the rectangle. The size is 80 by 40. So I'm going to make one rectangle here. 80 tab 40. Shift to isometric view and we are going to extrude it. Select extrude command, select sketch, say enter. The height is given 40 mm. Next we are going to go for this cutouts. For that we are going to make the sketches outside only and then we are going to move the sketch on the part. So to start with we have this cutout here that is of 60 by 7. And for placement of this cutout, the side distance we are going to take here is of 10 mm. So we are going to make one line here on this edge. Length will be of 10 mm. Next we are going to make one rectangle. Say 60, tab 10. We are going to rotate this sketch here. Select this sketch, say enter. Say 90 degrees. Then move this sketch. Say enter. Say base point now. Base point we are going to take this corner point and we are going to place it at the end point of the line we have drawn. Next we are going to use press pull command here. Select and drag it here. So this cutout has been made but sketch is not merged as you are using press pull. So delete this sketch later. Now we are going to go for the second cutout that is of 14 by 14 placed at the midpoint of this bottom edge. One rectangle 14 by 14. Say 3D rotate, select the sketch, say enter, select the required ribbon, put up the angle. Next, say enter, select the sketch, say enter again and move it here. Place it at the 3D midpoint. Now we are going to go for press pull. Click on the internal side of the sketch. Delete this rectangle later. Then the next cutout is of this circle that is of diameter 8. So we are going to take one circle here. Select the radius as 4. The diameter will come 8. Say rotate 90 degrees angle. Say enter, move. We are going to place it somewhere here. But for that the height was given as 22. We have already taken 14 mm cut. So we need to put one line from this midpoint in the center of the circle. That will be of 8 mm. So from this midpoint we are going to take one straight line. One straight line of length 8 mm. Then move this circle to the line. Select the center point as a reference point. Place the circle on the face. We will delete this line later. Select the press pull command. Click in the circle's area. Click in the internal area of the circle and drag it in. Select the orbit command to visualize the cut. You can see through all cut has been made for both rectangle and circle. Say escape to exit from the orbit command. Click on this home icon for the isometric view. Next we are going to go for these upper cuts. The size for the rectangular cut is given 24 by 24 and the placement is of, and the placement for this rectangular cut we need to specify the position, that is from the side we can take the value as 9 mm and from the bottom we are going to take this value as 8 mm. So this wall thickness is of 8 and this side wall thickness is of 9 mm. So we are going to take that values for position of this rectangle. First we'll make one rectangle that is of 8 tab 9. Move this rectangle here, click here, place it somewhere. Next, make one more rectangle beside the part 24 tab 24. Move it using this base point, place it here. Later we are going to move this polyline which was used to place this rectangle at the position. Say move, select this corner point and place it at the other opposite side. We'll make one more rectangle of 24 by 24. Say move, select sketch, specify base point, place it at this corner. Later we are going to delete this polyline. Use press pull. We are going to take the depth here as 5 mm. Same on the other side. Lastly, we are going to go for the circular cuts now. This circular cuts diameter 20, depth as through on both the sides. So we are going to select circle command again. Select the 3D center. Say radius as 10. Enter. On the other side also, select the 3D midpoint of the face. Radius as 10. Next, go for the press pull command. Select the sketch. Say through on. Through on. Use orbit command to visualize the 3D part, and we can see here all the cuts were made as we required. Say escape. So in this way we are going to use 3D commands and we have made these two parts. This was the first and the second part. In the upcoming lectures we are going to continue with the orthographic views. So if you want to learn orthographic views, just follow the playlist of the AutoCAD and subscribe the channel, that is 4 Dimensions Infotech. Till then, thank you. So hello everyone, today we are going to start with day 13 of AutoCAD series. Earlier we have seen 2D commands, we have also seen 3D models. Today we are going to start with orthographic views. Means converting a 3D part into 2D views. It means drawing front view, top view and side view of 3D models, so as to visualize them two-dimensionally. So to start with, we are going to make some layers first and then we are going to insert the part which we want to convert to orthography. So I'm going to make the layers first. We'll click on layer properties. We have by default layer, that is 0 layer. The objects we are going to make is from 0 layer only. The other layers will require, we are going to make that. So the first layer we are going to take here is center layer. Specify the name, color for the layer and line type. We'll take center line here. Say OK. Next, reference lines. We may also require reference lines there. So I'm going to take the layer dark in color. So whatever layers which we don't want to highlight after completing the model, that we are going to keep them in dark colors. Next layer, projection. We'll take this color here as dark blue color. Say OK. Next layer for dimensions. After dimension we are going to take here is hidden layer. Hidden layer will also be required there. Line type we are going to use here is hidden line. So all the parts or features which are not visible will be shown by hidden lines or hidden layers. For dimension I am going to take the color here as green. These are the layers we required here. Main object will be made from this 0 layer. For center lines, center layer, dimension layer. For hidden lines, hidden. For projection lines, projection layer has been taken, and for reference lines, reference layer separately you have taken here. Close these layers now. Next we are going to insert the image of the object. So to insert image, I am going to click here. We show the menu bar, and in menu bar we have this option insert. So in insert we have raster image reference. Click on this option. Now I'll take this image here, say open. Say OK, place it where you required and then scale it. So we have taken this image. If I want to move this, say M enter, we'll keep this aside. and we are going to draw complete view for the orthography here. We'll scale the image a little bit more here so as it becomes readable. Next, we are going to set up the unit. Say precision as 0.0, unit scale as millimeter, length type here as decimal. Say OK. Line type we want here is continuous only for reference lines. For projection line also we want continuous line, and for dimensions also we want continuous line. Now the first command we are going to take line here. We have kept the current layer as reference line layer, and we are going to make one quadrant system. We'll match the centers of these lines. Next, we'll take this view aside. Place it somewhere in the quadrant system only so as to read the drawing. So to start with base, we have this length as 90 mm. So I'm going to take 0 layer first, and we are going to draw one line with the length of 90 mm. Next, we are going to draw this circle, this semicircle with radius of 20 mm. So in the midpoint of this line, we are going to draw this circle here with radius 20. We'll trim the extra portions. We have started this front view at random position in the third quadrant. We are referring here the third angle method, and in third quadrant I am going to draw this front view here. So for that only we have taken this base as 90 and this circle of radius 20. Next we need to go at the upper side with 10 mm length. Now the length I am going to take here is 10. The height here for the next step is given is 40 mm. We can see here. And the width for this step is given 60 mm. So I am going to take one line of 60, one more line from the center with the height of 40. So we have taken this line here to represent this height and 60 mm line to represent the corners here. We just need to move this line, say M, enter, midpoint of the line to be attached on this upper end of the vertical line. We have placed it somewhere here. We'll delete this line. Now we need to connect it. One more line. Now it will be length of 50 mm. Earlier we have taken the 60 mm width. Now we are going to go for 50 mm width with the offset distance of 70 from the bottom. So if we consider the 60 mm line, we will take this offset distance as 70 minus 40, that is 30 mm. So I'm going to take this vertical distance here as 30 mm. For that we are going to offset this line by 30. Now the width of this line we are going to take here is of 50 mm only. So I'm going to apply lengthen command, len, enter, say delta. Earlier it was the length of 60 mm. We'll minus 5 mm from both the sides, say minus 5 in delta length, and keep here minus only. So now this width will come 50 only. So we are going to draw one line here, straight perpendicular line from this 50 mm line. We are going to trim the center portion here of this line. Next we are going to draw as this circle with radius of 15 at the midpoint of this line. So the radius of this circle will be 15 here. We'll mirror it. Say enter. First point and this second point. Say enter again. Say trim, tr, double enter. Now we have completed this front view. We can see here this complete front face we have taken as a front view in third quadrant with proper dimensions. Next step is we'll take the offset of the reference lines here. Now I'm taking this offset of 20 mm on both sides of the vertical lines as well as horizontal lines. Now this step we are doing here is to keep the views at equidistant from each other. That's why we have made these lines. We are going to make one more reference line here, put off the ortho mode. This reference line will be of 45 degrees. Length doesn't matter here. Say tab and say angle as 45. We'll match the property by the reference line. Say M, enter. Move it where you require. Put on the ortho mode while moving. Again M, enter. So now we have coincided this upper point with this line. and this side face with this line. So we have placed the front view in the third quadrant by reference of these lines. Next, we need to take the projection lines now, and I'm going to draw the overall sizes of the side view and top view. So for that, I'm going to take the projection lines. Same for the top view also. Now we are going to draw the outer borders of the side view and top view. So here in side view, the total height we are going to take here is of 70 plus this 15, that is 85 mm. So the total height is of 85 mm and the total width will be of 50 mm. So I am going to consider this direction for the side view, and we are going to take the overall height and width of this side. So here the height, for the reference of the height we have already taken projection lines. We just need to change the layer. This width is of 50 mm. So I'm going to take this as 50. Then it was 85 and we are going to close it here. Same way for top view, the total width will be 90 mm and the height will be 50 mm. So this height we are going to take here is of 50, and for which we have already taken the projection line. We just need to connect it together. So this is the overall border view of the top side and front side view. So now we are going to take the projection lines for the internal features here. We'll start with top view here. We'll take these corners of the curve. Next, these side corners. Next, the shoulders. And we are also going to take the reference view for this circular cutout at the bottom side. Now we have to keep one thing in mind while working on orthographic views, that each feature should be shown in all three views. There is no condition that only one feature will appear in that particular view and in other view it is not going to appear. That condition will not come. Now from top side, so all these edges which are visible from the top side directly are to be shown by the solid white line. But whatever features such as this cutout, these internal edges of this cutout are not visible from the top side. So whichever features views which are not visible directly, that are to be shown in hidden lines. And the features which are visible directly from whatever side we are observing, that are to be made by the solid lines. These are the two things to be considered. So I am going to put on the zero layer here. First we'll draw the solid edges. So this edge will be completely visible here from the curve corners. These two edges will be completely visible. We can see here this edge and the opposite side similar edge. These two edges will be visible from the top side. That's why we have taken the solid line. Next, these edges. Now from these corners, that is of 50 mm corners, here this edge distance will be of 10 mm and the depth here is taken as 6 mm. We can see here. So we have the pocket here of 6 mm depth with the length of 30 mm and then again 10 mm edge. So we are going to make these edges here now, this complete face. For that we have taken the references earlier only. So here this will be of 10 mm. We have taken this 10. Now we are going to go for this 6 mm line at the inner sides. So 6 mm distance. Now this cut is of 30 mm inside. So I'm going to take 30 mm here. This length is of 30 mm. So we have taken this 6 mm and then we have moved to 30 mm here. Now again we are going to come outside with 6 mm and then 10 mm forward. This side, so this distance will be of 6 mm and then connect it here perpendicular. This one will be of 10 mm only. This is the distance of 30. This is the distance of 6 mm and on the opposite side also 10 mm. So we have completed this profile here. We are going to mirror it on the other side also. Say MI. As it is a symmetric part, so the features are also symmetric. That's why we are allowed to mirror it. So on the other side also it will come same as a profile. Next, now for this internal pocket, first we need to show this pocket in front view. So the depth was 45. We are going to take the line here of 45. Length will be 45 and it will be connected to this side face. I'm going to intersect the side face which is inclined. Trim the extra portions. Both the lines are to be taken now in hidden lines. We are taking them as a hidden line in front view. It is because in front view this pocket is not visible from the front side. We can see here, and whatever feature which is not visible is to be taken in hidden lines. So this pocket was not visible from the front side, that's why we have taken this feature in a hidden line. We'll do one thing, we have taken the projection lines for the circular cut, we'll take them later. I'm deleting them. Same pocket is to be shown on the other side also. Say mirror, select the line, say enter again. Now we need to take the projection lines at the above for this cutout so as to make this surface here in the top view. So I'll put on the projection lines. We'll take the reference here till the end. Same on the other side also. So we don't have the length of this line. We can now directly extend this line to the further projection line, which is representing the width of this cut, this length. So we'll directly extend it. Say shortcut key as EX, double enter, change the layer, and then we are going to close it here. Same on the other side also. Now we'll push back these projection lines. We just drag them to the upper side because we needed to extend this line. This feature is remaining in the top view, that is this cutout. We'll again take the projection lines. Earlier we have taken the lines but we have deleted them. So I'm going to take this projection line here till this face end. Same way on the other side. Now this cutout, you can see here in this model, this cutout is not visible from top side. That feature will be shown in hidden lines. So we are going to take hidden lines here. These hidden lines are representing the edges of this cut. You can see this cutout in model. These edges, these bottom side edges are shown in the top view by the hidden lines as they are not directly visible from the top side. After completing this, so we'll take the projection for the side views now. This shoulder first. We'll change the color of the projection line. We'll take it more dark here. Say OK and close. So we have taken this projection line. Another line we are going to take here for the projection is this corner. Also this corner. Then this for the cutout feature. Now as we observe in the side view, this 10 mm edge, this 30 mm edge and this 10 mm edge will continue with the single edge in making right hand side view. It is because the depths are not considered here. So I'm going to take the regular line layer first and then we are going to go for the line. This will be from end to end as the depth are not shown, 6 mm, 30 mm and then 6 mm. All these three lines are combined together in a single edge. Next, this one also, a combined single line. Now for this pocket that is to be shown in side view, we are going to take projection line from the top to the right hand side view. So for that we are going to put on the projection lines again, and this cutout, this pocket cutout will intersect it here by this 45 degrees line. And now again we are going to go for this projection line in this side view. So I'm going to place it somewhere here. Same, this intersection of this 45 degrees and projection line, we are going to place it here. We are going to extend this line here for this pocket to be shown. Projection line was taken and we have extended it till the end. Next we are going to go for the regular lines. Place it here. These lines are being placed here. And this line end to end. So this is the 30 mm pocket that has been made here. Now we need to make this feature in all three views. So this was of 20 mm in width and 7 mm in depth. So here we are going to take one line, one reference line showing the depth as 7 mm. One more line from this reference We are going to trim the extra lines here. Now this line we are going to take as hidden line, as it is going to show the cut feature. That is this above cut feature. This edge is being shown there. We are going to take this reference for the hidden lines in top view also. So projection lines again. From end to this upper end, we need to make one reference line from this mid of this lines. We are going to take two offset lines now, representing this width of 20 mm. So offset by 10 on both sides, and the upper side and the lower side. Next we are going to take the solid lines which will be visible for that cut. This will be the portion. This distance is of 20 mm and the depth of cut here we have taken 7 mm. We'll take the references for this cutout also now. Say projection lines, take lines. Reference should intersect this 45 line, and from the intersection we are going to go in right hand side view. So these two more lines we have taken from the projection, that will represent the cutout here. We'll take the solid line now. Depth was 7 mm. We'll trim this upper line. So now this cutout is visible in the side view, in the front view as well as in the top view. So in all features this cutout is being shown now. Now this circular cutout is also to be shown in the side view here. So for that again we will take with the projection lines and then the hidden line. As this cutout will not be visible from this side, that's why we are taking this feature as in hidden line. You can see this cutout is not visible from the side view. That's why we have taken the hidden line here for this circular cutout. So now all the features are visible here. Now we can see here, after completing all the views, all the three views, showing the features in all three views, there are multiple unwanted lines here which we don't want to be shown so as to read the drawing views properly. So for that we are going to go on layers, and in layers we have transparency option. So for the projection lines I am going to keep this transparency, we have the limit of 0 to 90%. I am going to make it transparent by 87%. Say OK. Same for the reference lines also, we'll change the transparency here. So this transparency I'm going to take 87% only. Say OK and close. Now we can see these views are completely visible without having any overlapping lines or projection lines. In this status bar there is option at the bottom side, transparency. So this transparency option was on here to display. If I put off this option, all the projection and reference line will be shown again. We can control the transparency from the bottom side in the status bar. Now after completing the views, we are going to go for dimensioning. So we are going to put on the layer for the dimensions. First we are going to go for this linear dimension showing the base value here. We are going to make some changes. We'll change the color of the text, say modify, say primary unit at 0.0. Text color we are going to take here as cyan. Text alignment as horizontal, say OK, set current and close. If you want to place this text in the mid of the extension lines, say D, enter again, say modify. Say this text placement at centered, say OK again, set current and close. Next, we are going to put up these values also here, 25, this radius. Now we don't want this line with the radius to be extended to the center. So for that D, enter again, say modify. In fits we are going to put off this option here for this lines. Now this line is not visible, say OK, set current and close. Next, we are going to show the height here. Just keep in mind while taking the dimensions, this extension line should not overlap the main object lines. So we'll drag and place them at corners here. One more horizontal dimension showing this depth. Then this radius. Now whatever dimensions we are taking, that should not be repeated in other views. That thing we have to keep in mind here. One more linear dimension. We can place this text by moving it here. Now the top view. So this pocket distance we are going to see here 30 mm. This total width that was of 50 mm. Length for this upper side pocket that was of 25. Some more distance is remaining in front view. The 60 mm distance, repeat linear, and also this 50 mm distance. We'll delete this 90 mm here in front view. We'll show it in top view only. I'm going to delete this one. Again select the linear dimension, place it somewhere here, and this 90 mm I'm going to show in top view only. Now inside view, this depth of cut we are going to show it here. Now this pocket length also 45, we can show it in side view. We'll avoid the overlapping of the extension lines. We have shown it already in front view. We are going to delete that one. Total height. So now we have completed the dimensioning for all the features in the views. So this was orthography, in which we have converted this isometric view into 2D orthographic views so as to understand the front, top and side views. By learning these orthographic views, it will be helpful for reading the drawings. So this was the lecture for today. We'll continue with the last lecture, that will be printing and plotting in the AutoCAD playlist. Till then, follow the playlist to learn more and subscribe the channel 4 Dimensions Infotech. So for today, thank you. So hello everyone. Today we are going to start with day 14. This will be the last day for this AutoCAD series, in which we are going to see how to print and plot the drawings. So to start with, we have this drawing here. At present, below the command bar, we can see here, we are in model interface, lower left side. Now for printing and plotting, I am going to click on this tab, that is layout 1, bottom left side. Click on this option. Now in layout 1, we can see the drawing which we have taken in the model area is being shown in this layout. So now if I click on this border, this blue color border, it is known as viewport. Viewport. So to start with printing and plotting, I am going to delete this viewport first. Directly say delete on keyboard, and now the viewport is deleted with the drawing. The next step, we are going to go on this output. At the upper ribbon left side, click on this option, that is output, and in output we are going to say page setup manager. So I'm going to click on this page setup manager here, and in page setup manager we are going to decide what are the things or features we required in the printout. So for that we are going to say new setup. I'm going to name the setup here. I'll say 4 Dimensions Infotech. Say OK. Next, the name we can see for the page setup is given 4 Dimensions Infotech, and now we are going to edit the features in that setup. So first, the option is coming printer and plotter. Here I am going to say DWG to PDF. Next option, we are going to go for paper size. So paper size, we have ISO A4 210 by 297, and this orientation is showing here portrait. Portrait means the X distance will be 210 and the Y distance will be 297 for the paper setup. These values are in mm and they are the standard sizes for A4. We can see here the orientation, it is coming vertical, that is 210 horizontally and vertically 297. So if I want to change this orientation and take horizontally, then we can go for this option, same option with same size but 297 by 210. Now the orientation we can see here, it is updated. So now X distance is 297 and Y is coming 210. So again we need to change the drawing orientation also. Here I'm going to say landscape. Landscape means the orientation of the page will be horizontal. That's why we have taken landscape orientation here. Now if I go for this ISO A4 only, then there will be a clearance for the page. We can see here this border and this page, there is certain space with the clearance. So it will come in ISO A4 297 by 210 or 210 by 297. Whatever the orientation will be, this spacing will come. But if I want to avoid this spacing and I want the page to be taken cut to cut, then I can go for this option at the above side, that is ISO full bleed. This term will be added, that is full bleed. So I'm going to take ISO full bleed A4 297 by 210. So I'm going to take the landscape orientation only, but this time this clearance will be vanished. Next we are going to say what to plot. So in this plot area we are going to say layout only, as we are going through layout only for printing and plotting, that's why this option is kept layout. If I want to adjust the drawing, that is if I want to move the drawing in X direction or Y direction, we can specify the values here. Next and most important is the plot scale. So I'm going to take this plot scale 1:1 only. It is showing 1 mm unit as 1 only. So it is compulsory to take 1:1. If it is showing custom, then change it to 1:1 compulsory. Next, plot style table. Now if I have applied colors or taken layers of different colors, that colors will be shown if I keep this plot style table none only. But if I want the print to come black and white only with the colors, then I'll go for this two option. One of the two option, that is monochrome or AutoCAD. I'm going to take monochrome. It means only two colors, that will be black or white. So if I have applied color layers, then also it will show black and white only, as we have taken the plot style table as monochrome. In drawing, the colors will be shown, but in printout, the color will come black and white only. Next, the quality of the print. It depends on printer. Whatever type of quality I want, I can give that. I'm going to say presentation. Now, if I have taken reference line and if I have applied transparency on that reference lines in the layers, then we should put on this option, that is plot transparency. If I don't put on this option, all the reference line will be shown in dark colors and the actual object we want will not be presentable that time. So put on this option, that is plot transparency also, so that all the unwanted lines will be transparent or faint in color. Next, we have this option, that is drawing orientation. So as we have said, if this value 297 and 210, then the orientation should be taken landscape. And if this value, if I change to 210 by 297, then the orientation is coming for the page as vertical. Portrait should be taken for vertical. So these are the things we need to specify while page setup. After completing the page setup for 4 dimensions infotech, I'll say OK here. And I'm going to say this 4 dimensions infotech. I'm going to click on this option and say set current as a page setup manager. Now if I want to edit this again, I'm again going to go on page setup manager. Select the 4 dimensions infotech option, say modify, and I can again modify this orientation or whatever feature I want to modify. Go for this option, that is 297 by 210 only, as the drawing we have taken is in the orientation form, that is landscape only. Say OK, say yes, say set current and close. Now the page setup is coming horizontal, that is 297 by 210. After completing the page setup, we are going to go for this option, that is layout. So in layout, we are going to go on this option, that is rectangular viewport. Now in first, you must remember that we have deleted the viewport there. First step was deleting the viewport. So now we need to create the viewport. After completing the page setup in output, we are going to go on layout and we are going to again create a new viewport in a rectangular shape. That's why I'm going on layout and selecting this rectangular option. That is for making viewport. Select this option. Now we'll zoom it here and we are going to take the viewport. I'm going to specify the first corner that should come within this page only. I will zoom it as much as I can so that the page will come cut to cut according to the size of the paper. Then zoom out again and go for the opposite corner. Drop this point here within the page only and not in this gray area. So I'm going to drop it somewhere here. Now we can see all the things that were present in the model drawing here are being shown in the layout with new viewport and page setup. Next, now if I want to edit the views or if I want to move them or if I want to add something there in the sketch, we can do this all things here also. So for that we need to activate the viewport here. So for activating the viewport, you just need to double click in this blank area and we can see here this top plane is now being shown. UCS is also being shown and we can zoom in and zoom out the drawings, as well as we can modify the drawings. Suppose if I want to add some dimensions, if I want to add any table or something here, we can do that things here also. Next, now after all the changes we need to take in this viewport, completing the changes, then again I will adjust my drawing according to the viewport. For that I'm going to say Z enter. I'm going to click on this corner for the page setup and on the other side. And this drawing will again be adjusted according to the layout. Now to exit this drawing and lock the viewport, I need to double click outside. So in this way we can make the changes and adjust the layout according to the page setup again. Next we are going to go for the printout of this page. For that, first we were in output, then we have shifted to layout made new viewport, adjusted the drawings. So for printing and plotting, again we are going to click on this output option. So in output, we need to click on this plot option and say continue to plot a single shape. Now it will show the same page setup, that is 4 dimensions infotech. We have given the name also. That same page setup is being shown here. So whatever things we have modified there at the page setup are being applied to this drawing. We can see here we have said name as 4 dimensions infotech, printing style as DWG to PDF, so as to convert the drawing to PDF. Next, paper size we have taken 297 by 210 with the orientation as landscape, that is standard A4 size in horizontal position. Next, we have said what to plot, that is layout. We have set the plot style table as monochrome, so as the print or PDF will come black and white. We have set the quality as presentation mode only, and if we have layers with transparency, we have put on this option also there, so as to apply the transparency in printout also. Next, we have seen orientation. According to size, we have taken landscape. Lastly, and most important was the scale. We have kept the scale 1:1. So all the things here are being saved. I'll say preview here so as to see the demo what we are going to print. Say escape to come out of this preview, and then lastly say OK. It will ask you to save. So now we can see the file type being saved here as PDF only. It will ask you the root where you want to save the file. So I'm going to say desktop here, and on desktop the name is given here drawing view layout. So whatever name I want to specify, I'll specify the name also. I'll say save. So we are saving it on the desktop. Say save, and the file format is coming after saving as PDF only. It will show the final PDF also here. So this is the PDF we have saved here, and we can directly go for printing here if you are connected with the printer. At the upper right corner we can see this option is shown, that is print. If I want to download this file, I can download this file again here with this arrow. Now in some cases, if we realize that we need to modify the page setup, whatever we have taken we need to modify it again, then go to output again and go to page setup manager, select the saved page setup which we want to edit and say modify. So again we can modify the things here and then say OK. Say yes, say 4 dimensions or whatever layout you have taken as set current page setup and say close. So in this way we can go for the printing and plotting option. We have one more way here. Now if you are not concerned with the scale value to be taken as 1:1, we can directly say Control P. Now instead of going to layout, making page setup, making new viewport and then going for printing and plotting, we can directly go for printing and plotting if the scale is not concerned. For that we need to say shortcut key as Control P, and we will remain in model area only. We don't need to go on this layout option. Just stay in model area. Say Control P as a shortcut. It will ask you to continue with the single plot. Go for that. Again go for the page setup, whatever the output you require. I'm going to say DWG to PDF again. Go for the page setup. This time I'm going to say ISO full grid only, as I want the page to be taken cut to cut according to the borders. I'll say full grid 420 by 297. So here we can see the page setup. It is coming the orientation as horizontal. I'm going to say this drawing orientation also as landscape for the horizontal. It will ask you the plot area. I'm going to change it here. I'm going to say windows. Now as soon as I say window, I will be directed to the model area, and it will ask you to make a window whatever I want to be taken in plotting, from one end corner at the lower left side to upper right side. I'll say center the plot, say preview, and we can see here this preview window is showing the PDF to be saved. Say escape to come out of the preview. But we can see here the scale, it is showing custom. Now the unit is taking 1 mm equals to 0.9663. It is not taking 1:1. If I want to go for 1:1, I'll say 1:1, but we can see in the preview this clearance will be left from the sides. You can go for 1:1 also here, but sometimes this paper size may go out of the borders. We can see here. That's why it is better to go for the first procedure only we have seen earlier than going with this option, that is directly going for printing and plotting. Again the plot style we are going to say monochrome, say yes, say plot transparency also, and quality as presentation, drawing orientation as landscape, and say OK. Save it wherever you want to save with any name you want. Save here. And this is the final print and plot. Directly going with Control P and selecting the printing plotting options. So now after printing plotting we conclude the AutoCAD series. We are going to start with recording of CATIA lectures. So do follow the playlist for upcoming CATIA lectures also. Like, share and subscribe the channel 4 Dimensions Infotech. Till then, thank you.